We received a similar briefing last year, and I remember being appalled then at the awful discourse and the ramifications of the hate speech and the anti-Semitism that we are seeing in our community and across this country. So thank you, Council Vice President Glass, for your leadership. I turn it over to you to provide the context for this discussion and then facilitate the discussion from here. Colleagues, please text Council Vice President Glass if you would like to speak as a follow-up to the presentation. And in a moment, I will break in to confirm that we're going to begin our afternoon session at 1:45, not 1:30. I will be doing that soon, and I'll text you, Council Vice President Glass, to make that announcement. It's not yet confirmed, but we're working on that. So, Council Vice President Glass.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate you accommodating and scheduling this conversation during lunchtime on what has turned into a very busy council session day. And so I know that we have a hard stop either at 1:30 or 1:45. And so we will have a packed conversation full of information to talk about our community. And I appreciate all of our guests and all of my colleagues for being here this afternoon. This is actually the second conversation that this council has had to talk about hate crimes in our community, and notably anti-Semitic hate against members of our Jewish faith. And here in Montgomery County, there are 1.1 million people, and 1/3 of them who are foreign-born, which is an example of the welcoming and inclusive community that we foster here. And when we reflect back on what happened at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas, just a few weeks ago, what happened there was the result of a congregation welcoming a stranger, someone who they actually thought was homeless. And they brought that person into their synagogue. And then that individual ended up trying to do them harm. And here in Montgomery County, and quite frankly, across the country, we shouldn't have to choose between trying to help a stranger or safely practicing our faith. And that is one of the reasons why that Montgomery County has maintained our commitment to providing security for members of our faith community by providing another $700,000 in grants for public safety. But the reality is that nationally, hate crimes are on the rise. And last year, they rose approximately 9% or so. And they actually increased more than that. Hate crimes increased 55%, or 55% of the hate crimes are actually anti-Semitic. I apologize for that. But we are not immune here in Montgomery County. And what we're going to do this afternoon is hear from members of our community. Almost all, I believe, live here in Montgomery County, and have a conversation to hear from them about what can be done here in Montgomery County and what some of the members of our faith community are feeling as well. Because it was just last December in 2021 when there were flyers littered throughout some Silver Spring neighborhoods expressing support for Nazi Germany and blaming members of the Jewish community for the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, just vile, disgusting things happening right here. And so we know that we have to do better. And part of doing better is by having open and honest conversations. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to turn it over to my two colleagues who are co-hosting this conversation this afternoon. First, Councilmember Friedson, and then Councilmember Katz, and then we'll turn to our panelists and then open it up for Q&A after. And I've just received the bat signal from Council President Albernaz that we have a hard stop at 1:45 for the resumption of council session. So that is our hard stop as we engage in this conversation and ask everybody to be mindful of their time. And so I'd like to turn it over to Council Member Friedson right now to make some opening comments.
Well, thank you to Council Vice President Glass for organizing this and for putting this conversation to the forefront. Thank you to our special guests who are really at the forefront of this issue here in our community and nationally. And throughout the region as well. This is such an important issue and one that unfortunately has gotten headlines recently and has bubbled up worse than it has been, but it's been around. It's been around virtually forever. This is not an issue that is in history books. This is an issue that we have lived with on a regular basis, and it's not incidents in far off places. I mean, we think of Tree of Life in Pittsburgh. We think of the Chabad in Poway. We think about the situation, of course, most recently in Texas. We also think about in our own community with the Forest Estates community in Sulphur Spring and so many other examples. These are not unique circumstances, and they are not from another era, and they are not for another community. These are issues that are happening right here in our community, and why conversations like this one are so important. The Jewish population in the country makes up about 2% of the U.S. population. 55% of all religious bias incidents are targeted against Jews. 55%. It's a staggering number. 1 in 3 Jews report having been the target of or having experienced anti-Semitism directly. This is something that we need to talk about. This is not something that we need to put to the forefront. I just want to note my own rabbi, my family's synagogue's spiritual leader who's here, who has led Interfaith efforts, which is part of not only talking about tackling and combating anti-Semitism, but bringing people of different faiths together to create added understanding of different cultures and different ideas. And that's really what this conversation is about as well. We defeat hate with love, and there's so many people on this call who are leading so many efforts, interfaith and otherwise, to lead with love. And I just wanted to offer my sincere appreciation for all of that work and for the conversation that we're having here today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Friedson. Appreciate your leadership here and bringing, inviting additional folks, including your own personal rabbi. That's wonderful. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for having this day today, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing it to happen. And I'd like to welcome all of our special guests as well. Now, this was billed as a brown bag lunch. And from the looks of it, I'm the only person who's brown bagging at this point. I've been chomping away, and I will listen to every word, but I'm also going to be continuing to chomp. But I am someone who realizes, and I agree with what my colleagues have already said, but I am someone who realizes that conversations like this are so very, very important. I believe the world realizes that as well. But I also want to thank not only those who are Jewish who are here, because we're talking about anti-Semitism, but I especially want to thank my colleagues and friends who are not Jewish, because as we mentioned earlier today during the Black History Month celebration, that it is important for a community to stand together. That makes them very strong. But the way to be your strongest is to have those who were in the greater community stand with you. And we have seen this happen in Montgomery County. We have seen this happen when something happens, when the tragedies have happened throughout the world. We, and especially the Montgomery County Council, have gone and stood in mosques. We have gone and stood in churches. We have gone and stood together, because that is what people need to do during a time of horrendous turmoil. So I appreciate everything that everyone is doing. I appreciate the conversation that we're going to have today, and I especially appreciate those who stand shoulder to shoulder to correct what has gone on. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Katz, for bringing it back to the other important events of the day, and recognizing that we're trying to make Montgomery County a welcoming, inclusive place for everybody. So thank you there. What we're going to do now is I'm going to turn it over to Rabbi Adam Raskin, who is the spiritual leader of Congregation Ar Shalom since 2011. And prior actually coming to Montgomery County, he served at 2 congregations in Texas for nearly a decade. And he is personally familiar with Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, where the terrible hostage situation recently took place. And so, Rabbi Raskin, I turn it over to you to share some comments and also lead us in a moment of silence.
Thank you so much. I'm truly honored and grateful to participate today. And I also want to thank my friend and Ar Shalom member, Andrew Friedson, for including me and also to extend greetings to another dear Har Shalom member, Lisa Mandel-Trupp, the Chief of Staff for Councilman Cindy Katz. And allow me to express also the Jewish community's gratitude for the funding and the grants for safety and security in our community. Prior to coming to Maryland in 2011, I was a rabbi in Dallas, in the Dallas area for 9 years. And although Dallas is the shiny buckle of the Bible Belt with gargantuan churches on every corner, one seemingly larger than the next, in almost a decade there, I never once experienced an act of anti-Semitism. And this is particularly significant because back in the 1920s, Dallas was considered to be the most racist city in America, with 1 out of every 3 eligible men being a member of the KKK. But that was then. Today's North Texas region is a very different place, far from anti-Semitic. You might call it philo-Semitic. I found, particularly among evangelicals, a sincere and genuine interest in all things Jewish, as if learning about Jewish history, practices, beliefs was a way of learning more about Jesus, the Jew himself. Now, there were many times during my time in Dallas when people would wander into my synagogue, just as someone did at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville on January 15th. Like Rabbi Charlie Citron Walker, there were times when I opened the door to strangers in the spirit of our patriarch Abraham, sat with them, offered guidance or consolation, food or drink, and then sent them on their way. And there were times when I didn't always feel entirely comfortable or safe in these situations, but I thought that my position as a faith leader demanded this openness and accessibility. Knowing Charlie Citron Walker, I am sure he felt the same way just a month ago today. Congregation Beth Israel is really closer to Fort Worth than Dallas, and it is a small synagogue that operates on a shoestring budget. There was no police presence outside that building on that day, no surveillance, no volunteer security patrols. Those are luxuries that not every synagogue or Jewish community can afford. And being the kind, gentle, pastoral rabbi that Charlie is, he welcomed someone to come in out of the cold, to have a cup of tea and warm up. Sadly, this was not a wayfarer searching for a place to rest. This was a terrorist threatening to commit an act of violence and potentially murder. We are about to observe a moment of silence to reflect on the events of January 15th. And in this time of quiet reflection, I ask you to call to mind your house of worship, if you have one. Think about the place where you come to pray, to seek peace and solace, the place where you connect with the divine, with sacred traditions, rituals, values, the place where you have marked life's most meaningful moments, the births, the blessings of children, coming of age ceremonies, weddings, even the funerals of loved ones. Imagine in this next moment of silence that this oasis of peace and holiness is invaded by those wishing to unleash hatred and bigotry, toting weapons or bombs, seeking to shed blood, and use your sacred space as a platform for their violent agendas. And in this moment of silence, I ask you, I beg you, as people of influence and power in our community, to do everything possible. Commit yourself to protecting our synagogues and temples, churches and mosques, so that names like Sutherland Springs Baptist Church, Charleston's Emmanuel AME Episcopal Church, the Sikh Temple of Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, White Settlement Church of Christ, Masjid Inur in Indianapolis, Chabad of Poway, California, First Baptist Church of Dangerfield, Texas, and Beth Shalom of Colleyville will no longer be synonyms of violence and death, but of blessing and life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Raskin, for centering us and centering this conversation and trying to facilitate, and as you said, an oasis of peace here in Montgomery County for all of our neighbors. Thank you. Next, another rabbi here in Montgomery County, Rabbi Mitch Berkowitz of B'nai Israel congregation, where he has been since 2017, and before that, he came from Long Island, a similar path that I took as well. So, Rabbi Berkowitz, I'd welcome some comments from you this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, especially to the whole council, but especially to Vice President Glass for inviting me to be here today and address everyone. Vice President Glass and I met a couple of weeks ago when he addressed our congregation about work that the county has done to welcome the stranger and to think about how we bring those who are seeking refuge into our community and provide them with the support that they need. And that's something that's been a very important part of the work that we've done at B'nai Israel. Over the past couple of years, since I've been here, we have an active group of individuals who have dedicated themselves to refugee and immigrant aid work, to helping to resettle refugees. They're actually not being resettled in Montgomery County, which I guess is a relevant part of the conversation in the sense that they're having issues with funding, with the affordability of housing for a refugee family, but they are being supported by members of the county and people who call this place their home. And I don't know if there's a direct link between our work in the refugee and immigrant resettlement work and anti-Semitism itself, except to say that there are certainly people who are our detractors in the broader world who would like to use one as an opportunity to leverage hate against the other. That was the specific goal of the individual who committed the heinous acts at Tree of Life Synagogue, was specifically because, and at least according to them, of the work the Jewish community does to support and welcome in those who are coming in and seeking refuge in our country. So even if we personally in the Jewish community don't draw the line between our commitments to helping the stranger and anti-Semitism, that's being done for us in the outside community, and something it's important for us to be aware of and to be mindful of. But it certainly is not an impediment to the work that we've done. Our congregation is right now helping its second family settle here in Maryland. We've done this a few years ago with an Afghani family who had left seeking refuge here in the United States. And most recently, we've done this for a second family, also an Afghani family who had to flee as a result of the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. And so we've been very close with a variety of organizations that have helped them, including the first time LSS, Lutheran Social Services, and most recently, I believe, IRC, which has also helped us in refugee resettlement efforts. And we help by furnishing their apartments and providing assistance like driving them to appointments and finding bikes and computers and things that, they come with families that need to suddenly hit the ground running and get enrolled in school and find ways to adapt and really mesh into the society in which we are bringing them and helping to welcome them and ease that transition. And so our congregation has been dedicated to doing some of that work. And so I know from what we heard a few weeks ago that the county council has addressed some of the issues related to welcoming in refugees into Montgomery County and into Maryland overall. I'm very grateful for everyone's dedication there, and to the degree that we can find more ways to build coalitions broadly as a community and unite people, encourage person-to-person encounters, encourage these kinds of relationships that can form, because by doing one, we're accomplishing certainly our goals of welcoming the stranger, but in the process, we're also breaking down the barriers that otherwise would lead towards the kind of hate that we often see, which is the spark for anti-Semitism. So thank you all for your time and for inviting me this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Berkowitz, and thank you to you and your congregants for the work that you just highlighted, recognizing that we do need to care for the stranger, our neighbor, wherever they may come from, and that we can do that while also practicing our faith safely. So thank you. the remainder of this lunch, if we want to move forward, is a conversation that we're going to have with some experts in this field who also live here and do this work day in and day out. And we'll ask each of them to make some brief remarks and share some information, and then we'll open it up to a conversation with my colleagues and all of you. And so the first special guest I'd like to introduce is Meredith Weisel, who is the Senior Associate Regional Director of the Anti-Defamation League. And many of us know Meredith, who has spent decades engaged in public policy and community issues in the greater DC area and here at the council and in Montgomery County as well, where she is a member of the Montgomery County Commission for Women and is also active in her synagogue, Shar Torah. So Meredith, I turn it over to you for some comments.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a hard time. I'm actually the Deputy Regional Director, but that's okay. So good to see all of you. You know, this is certainly a tough topic to talk about. I'm going to just kind of give a couple of highlights of some things over the past few years, and then really leave it open, you know, as Councilmember Glass said, for, you know, for Q&A and stuff. Just by way of background, for anybody really who's watching at home, ADL is the Anti-Defamation League, is the leading anti-hate and civil rights organization that has a dual mission of focusing on fighting the defamation of the Jewish people and also securing justice and fair treatment for all. We're a leading expert in fighting extremism, combating anti-Semitism, and other forms of hate and bigotry. And at the very beginning of this, I do want to just acknowledge that I know we're talking a lot about anti-Semitism, but I want to talk about some extremism and how it leads to the other forms of hate and bigotry that we see. In particular, what unfortunately Councilmember Jawando just went through with a Zoom bombing incident related to anti-Black racism, very specifically on him. And I know other council members on here have faced similar forms of hate and bigotry. And part of this, just from ADL's perspective, over the past few years, you know, we've been bookended, I would say, by some anti-Semitism and hate that we saw in Charlottesville back in 2017. We saw hateful symbols on display at the breach, at the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th of last year. So it's truly understandable that the level of anxiety is rising and concerns about communal safety are on everyone's minds. Everybody, faiths, races, gender identity. And part of it we've seen our leaders, not necessarily here in our community, but leaders across the country have really not used their bully pulpits for good, is what I would say. And unfortunately, that has allowed a climate where we've seen extremism, hatred, conspiracy theories, all of this continuing to flourish. We just recently had incidents, I want to just talk about in Florida. There was a neo-Nazi group called the National Socialist Movement that was literally on the side of the road demonstrating. We saw anti-Semitic flyers throughout the country, including here in Maryland. Specifically, we saw them up in Annapolis, but they've actually happened in Montgomery County before. It's from a group called the Goyim Defense League. Yes, it's called the Goyim Defense League. We, of course, saw the terrorist attack in Colleyville. And look, these are just major highlighted events, but honestly, that doesn't even show the depth of the regular incidents that we hear about daily. A swastika carved into a desk or a bathroom wall at a school, racial slurs yelled at some of our Black and brown students, anti-Asian hate that has continued to be spewed in relation to the COVID virus. We've seen a lot of anti-LGBTQ attacks against the community. I can go into lots of statistics for you, and I think that's some of the things we can talk about, but the bottom line is the findings of all of this reinforces what I would say a need for a whole of society approach to combating things like anti-Semitism, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian hate, Islamophobia, anti-LGBTQ. I mean, I could go on and on the isms and phobia, but all forms of racism, bigotry, and hate. And it doesn't matter if we're seeing it on social media, which is very prevalent right now and is fueling, you know, social media can be great in some ways. It also can be very difficult in many ways. And we're seeing it at synagogues, at churches, on Zoom. And I'm really grateful that I live here in Montgomery County, where we have stood up to, you as council members have stood up to say, you know, this is no place for hate. but we really need our corporate and other government leaders to be standing up to ensure that things like anti-Semitism and racism and other forms of hate don't continue to gain this foothold that we're continuing to see. And what I would just say is, unfortunately, being on edge and being vigilant has very much become a part of, in particular for the Jewish community, part of our American Jewish experience here. And anti-Semitism in particular has reached a high watermark in the United States. I can give you some of the stats on Maryland in particular. Same thing with hate crimes, and I'm happy to do that in the Q&A. And really, I just want to kind of say this all at the forefront. I'm grateful for this conversation. I live here in the community, so I know what's obviously going on in our community and across the country. And with that, I believe, Councilmember Glass, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Director. Appreciate the overview and appreciate everything that you do. And you're absolutely right. I believe a majority of this council have faced hateful comments or acts. And living here in Montgomery County, where we would think one of the most progressive, inclusive places in the country, we are not immune. And the elected leadership here in Montgomery County is not immune either. So thank you for elevating that. Our second of third presenters is Sue Stolov of the American Jewish Committee. Sue is the VP of the regional board and was here before the council last year when we had this first brown bag lunch to talk about anti-Semitism in our community. She's a former journalist and is leading a task force on anti-Semitism for the American Jewish Committee. And so, Sue, I welcome you to make some comments to all of us.
Thank you very much. And because I'm going to be presenting some data, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I've got a brief PowerPoint that I hope will make the data a little more interesting. And on behalf of the American Jewish Committee, I really want to thank you for this opportunity. And speaking myself as a constituent, I really want to thank you for the statements that the committee often makes in support of the Jewish community. So I'm going to present some of the highlights of the most recent survey that we did on the state of anti-Semitism in America. And it'll give you a good window into how some constituents are feeling, both Jewish and non-Jewish, so what they're feeling, experiencing about anti-Semitism. And the survey is unique because it surveys both American Jews and the general public and asks them the same questions, so you can see how their answers differ. If you remember just a few things from my presentation today, I hope it will be these 4 takeaways: that American Jews are concerned, that their fear is changing their behavior, that there's agreement between Jews and the general public about what defines anti-Semitism, and that Jews feel like they're not being heard. So first, let's take a look at concerns and behavior changes, starting with this question, of course, and you'll note that throughout these slides, American Jews are in red and the general public is in yellow. There's a large disagreement, a large disparity between American Jews and the general public about whether or not anti-Semitism has increased in the country. 1 in 4 have been the target of anti-Semitism this year. And in fact, 41% of all Americans have witnessed an anti-Semitic incident. In all, 24% of American Jews said that Jewish institutions they frequent had been targeted by anti-Semitism. And I myself had the unfortunate, scary, and upsetting experience like Councilmember Will Joando had last week. I had zoomed into a Friday night service at Kol Shalom in Rockville, which was interrupted and shut down by Zoom bombers showing a swastika and saying things like, Jews must burn. They came on so fast and furious that it actually wound up shutting our service down. Nearly 4 in 10 American Jews have changed their behavior, avoiding at least one of these 3 behaviors. I'm not sure I would attend the memorial lighting in Bethesda anymore, and I definitely probably would not go downtown to the Nats for Jewish community, for the Jewish community game. We have lots of data and can dig deeper on any of these questions. For example, if you look at 22% have avoided making themselves visually identifiable as a Jew, normally you might think that is a Orthodox Jew, but if you look closer, the figures show that that number actually jumps to 34% for conservative Jews. And since most conservative Jews do not wear a kippah, you could speculate that the increase is perhaps the result of women not wanting to wear Jewish identifying jewelry. If you look at every answer in the survey and the data, it's apparent from every question that young people are the hardest hit in every single category. Here's a look at where Jews view anti-Semitism as coming from. There's been a decline this year in American Jews seeing law enforcement as effective in responding to the needs of the Jewish community, but I imagine that will change next year when we do the survey as a result of Colleyville and the great job police did there. Less than half of American Jews surveyed approve of the way state and local governments are responding to anti-Semitism. So this is, of course, going to vary on wherever you are. Are we talking about a place where hate crimes are taken seriously and reported, where anti-Semitism is part of diversity and inclusion in programming in the government? Or are we talking about a place where a teacher can ask kids to reenact the most terrible aspect of the Holocaust and still remain on the payroll? 8 out of 10 Jews and non-Jews believe the statement, "Israel has no right to exist," is anti-Semitic. This belief cuts across differences of race, religion, and political affiliation. More than 80% of Blacks, whites, Hispanics, Catholics, Protestants, atheists, Democrats, Republicans surveyed agree on this statement. And in fact, 84% of respondents surveyed who identified as progressive also agreed. And similarly, most Jews and non-Jews believe that saying a Jewish person is more loyal to Israel than the United States is anti-Semitic. And then finally, do Jews feel like they are being heard? 46% of American Jews believe anti-Semitism is taken less seriously as other forms of hate and bigotry. And to expand on this, let's take a closer look at the period when anti-Semitic incidents in the US more than doubled. But when we asked the American public how much they had heard about Jews being attacked in the United States and around the world, 53% of Americans said they had heard nothing at all. Interestingly, last week, a study came out by a media watchdog group, and they referenced FBI hate crimes, anti-Semitic hate crimes, with news reports, and they found that the coverage of anti-Semitism was underreported. There are fewer stories generated by each anti-Semitic hate crime reported to the FBI when compared to coverage of other forms of bigotry. When we talk about anti-Semitism in the community, one of the things we really make sure that we include is why everyone should care, Jews and non-Jews. People who embrace conspiracy theories of anti-Semitism to explain their problems lose the ability to rationally solve them. Walter Russell Mead at Bard explains that people who think Jews control banking lose the ability to understand financial systems. People who think Jews dominate business through hidden structures can't build a successful economy. And then I like to end by quoting nationally known activist and Southern Poverty Law Center fellow Eric Ward, who very succinctly explains why anti-Semitism is a problem for everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to discussions and any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for all of that really insightful information. And I have to say that I'm terribly sorry to hear what happened at Temple last week at Kol Shalom in Rockville.
It wasn't last week. It was a year ago.
Okay. Well, to that point, it is notable that the FBI hate crime statistics that so many of us look to see how prevalent anti-Semitism is, it's based on voluntary self-reporting. And so state and local enforcement agencies across the country only provide that information on the basis in which they want. And so it is all self-reporting and it is incomplete. And sometimes we have to hear this anecdotal information as well. So so thank you for shedding more light on this conversation. And then rounding out the conversation before we go to Q&A for the remaining time that we have, is Ron Halber, a friend to many of us with the Jewish Community Relations Council. Ron is the executive director and has been serving in that capacity since 2001. And under his leadership, JCRC has developed a wide range of strategic initiatives and passed a number of pieces of legislation at the state and locally to support and help the Jewish community and develop ways that we can foster cross-cultural relationships, interfaith relationships, and support all residents in our diverse community. So Ron, I turn it over to you for some comments.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see so many friends and Councilmember Glass and Council President Gabe Albernas. Thank you very much to you and all my friends on the County Council for convening this important local discussion. Because what we know is that even though anti-Semitism is a global and national phenomena, solutions are often locally based. So I appreciate the fact that this government body is meeting to discuss this. I'll comment on a few things, and then I just want to respond to a couple things I heard, and then I'll offer about a minute of comments. First, like Meredith said, anti-Semitism keeps me up at night, and so does all forms of bigotry. Because because in any society, they always say, anti-Semitism is the canary in the cave. It's always just the beginning of what lies. And any society that has showed anti-Semitism towards its Jewish population, it's only a few steps later to showing anti-Semitism. It's showing the bigotry towards all. So while of course I worry about the rise in anti-Semitism as a Jewish community and professional, I also work every day of concerns with other interfaith and intergroup leaders sharing stories of working out right now. We're actually I'll get into that. We're doing several partnerships. The other thing I just wanted to say is about Afghan refugees. JCRC is going to be announcing the hiring of an employee to coordinate the resettlement of Afghani refugees within the Jewish community. So there'll be somebody at the Jewish community who will be working with all synagogues and hopefully providing resources to aid in that resettlement. In 2021, there were 15 billion people in the world. 15.2 million of them are Jewish, which means that Jews constitute 0.19% of the world's population. Okay? 80% of the world's Jews live in the United States or Israel. Jews are under 2% of America's population. The first largest Jewish population in the United States is New York, followed by LA, followed by the metropolitan greater Washington region with 300,000. 40% of the 300,000 Jews live in Montgomery County. In my 25 years at the JCRC, and I'm sorry I extended a contract for many more years, so you guys will have to be dealing with me for several years to come, so I'm sorry for those of you. But in my 25 years, I've never seen it like this. We always dealt with it when it happened sporadically. It was always on a sort of a low heat when you're heating up your pot. It was always on a low heat. Now it's on a high flame every day. Part of this reason for anti-Semitism is the coarsening of American political discourse. Things that used to be said in private rooms or that was proverbially said be kept under a rock are now said in public without shame. Elected officials will use anti-Semitism coming from, I'm not saying here, but I'm saying elected officials in America will just use it on the left and on the right without any thought or any consciousness. It's absolutely out of control on social media. It has been parroted by bigots in public. It is manifested in schools, and it's been an attacks on Jewish institutions and on people. The right, neither political alignment can go ahead and claim that they are anti-Semitic, that they are free of anti-Semitism. We are used to at this point of while anti-Semitism can be said emanates from both figures on the radical left and on the radical left, assaults against Jewish institutions today have mostly emulated from white male supremacist types on the right wing of the political spectrum. That's where most anti-Semitism against Jewish institutions have occurred. You cannot go ahead and talk about anti-Semitism in America without understanding the course of anti-Zionism. You cannot attack Israel day in and day out unfairly with a double and triple standard and not expect it to have an impact on the way Americans view Jews in Israel and around the world. That is just a fact. You can have a disagreement, like I do, with disagreements of Israeli policy, but you cannot believe that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. That is an indisputable fact. You cannot believe that Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself. That is not possible. That is not okay. And it is not okay to say Israel doesn't have a right to live in peace and prosperity and to defend its citizens. Anything less than that, your view, in my opinion, your views are off the table, and you're giving aid in legitimacy. You can disagree about any political disagreement you want about Israel, but not about the existence of the state, because nobody would ever subject any other group to that. No other group in the world is subject. In the United Nations, every day since its founding, no other country has been subjected to daily assaults on its actual right to exist as a nation. So how do we go ahead and deal things with this? First of all, there was one beautiful statistic in that AJC which said, well, how many people feel their local governments are actually acting? Well, I can say with pride to you today, you can conclude that you are one of the local governments that has acted. You are one of the local governments that is taking action, okay? You don't have to feel ashamed. You should feel proud because you're actually standing up for what is right. Because when you provided that $700,000 security grant program and became the first local jurisdiction in the United States today to provide money to hire off-duty police officers to stand guard at Jewish institutions and to help provide the safety which led to the rabbi in Colleyville being able to take such brave action and keep his congregation safe, you can say that you have already taken action. So congratulations, you are already leaders in this, and it's not just leaders locally, but around the United States. How do we deal with this? Number one, when anti-Semitism spews its head, don't wait for a call from me or Meredith or the AJ committee. And you haven't. You've gone out and issued condemnations even before we've had a chance to call you. That's leadership. When non-Jews, whether they're elected officials, heads of chambers, businessmen, clergy, or whatever, condemn anti-Semitism, they are sending a message in our society that this is not a value, we will tolerate it. And it's better when it happens, and it makes the Jewish community feel better when I or Meredith or a rabbi doesn't have to call and say, would you please condemn anti-Semitism? When it becomes a synaptic reaction to any form of bigotry. Second, law and order. When police are present and they reassure the Jewish community that they're there for them, it means a big deal. We had 3 seminars with Meredith and myself and a couple of colleagues with each police chief in the region, and it reassures the Jewish community. 3, the erosion of our democracy. The only reason any minority, any one of us is safe in this country is because of the Constitution and the principles that it provides for us to live on. We're living in a society where those are being coarsened, torn apart, and actually being literally disregarded. The guardrails of American democracy kept democracy in check, but they are weakened. Don't think every day that a democracy can constantly be challenged with falsehoods and lies about elections and legitimacy, and it doesn't have a manifestation on the way people feel about the system they're in, the way they can act, and the way they can treat others. 4, in schools, our children, Jewish children at universities and in Montgomery County public schools are being subjected to anti-Semitism in ways we've never had before. We are working constantly with the Office of Diversity and Equity to get anti-Semitism to be included in the modules for teachers, teachers so they understand how to talk about this in the classroom. And $5, it's very important that this $700,000 grant program, I've spoken with the county executive, he's looking to move it up. I'd like to see him be able to move it up to $1 million, which would allow, instead of every organization to get 80% of what they asked for, which was 16, but to get 20 and to allow more. In a budget of over $6 billion, it is one of the least expensive investments and proactive things you can do to physically and emotionally and psychologically reassure members of the Jewish community there. And I'm thrilled that not only were we able to protect the Jewish community, we were able to protect Chinese Americans, Sikh Americans, Muslim Americans, African Americans, and all others who deserve that protection during this time of need. I'm going to close there, and if I can respond to any questions, I'm more than happy to. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ron, for that. And, again, bring the conversation back to democracy and commitment to truth, knowing that so much of the anti-Semitism is grounded in false narratives and lies over the centuries and millennia. And so that and functioning democracy where we can protect all of our people is critically important. And I'm sure we will see you again when we have budget committee hearings and testimony in the coming weeks. So
that's a shock, right?
A preview from you. Thank you very much. But this is a team effort here in county government. I'd like to turn it over to colleagues who've said that they have questions or wanted to make a comment. First off is President Albernaz, and then Councilmember Hucker. If anybody else wants to make a comment, please do text me or raise your hand like Councilmember Reamer did. So Council President Albernaz.
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly powerful presentation, sobering. We added this discussion to an unusually busy day on the council because we're feeling the urgency too. We're seeing it, we're sensing it, the anxiousness, the anxiety, it's real. And we know it's having a devastating impact on all of our communities, and in particular our Jewish community. So I just want to acknowledge as council president, we're going to make this, we will have a follow-up to this discussion, because there's no way we're going to be able to get to all of my colleagues' questions and comments in the next 8 minutes. We extended it further because this is so important, but we will get back on the calendar as soon as possible so that we can continue this conversation. That is absolutely my commitment to all of you. I just had one question and comment. This council has been very concerned and focused on mental health and wellness of all of our residents, but particularly our children and youth. What our kids are experiencing right now as a result of the pandemic and all of the ramifications on that. And then you add on top of that these incredibly distressing signals that we're getting globally around climate change, and also the hate and racism, the images of what happened to George Floyd, and what is happening in our community, particularly our Jewish community, most of which probably goes unreported, but that we're sensing every day. So I guess two-part question. Can you talk a little bit about the programs and services that are available in terms of a support system in place for our youth in particular that we should be aware of, that we should know about, that we should talk about, especially as we go into budget deliberations? And then second, are there any other programs or services nationally that you all think we may be able to bring here to our community that aren't already here?
So I can add one. I know ADL's got some great programs, and Meredith and I, we have to remember with our colleagues at the AJ Committee and ADL, we work constantly together. We're emailing each other 50 times a day, so we're all good friends and work together and a tight partnership. One program that the JCRC offers, which was actually started out of St. Louis about 20 years ago, and we've had it going here for about 3 years now, is a program called Student to Student. And what it is, it's a program where we have a child who is Orthodox, usually a high school junior, who's Orthodox, one who's conservative, one who's Reform. And by the way, these are denominations, not political statements. When we say conservative, they say, and Reconstructionists, and we send them to different schools where they actually speak to their non-Jewish peers about what it means to be Jewish. And one of the things we do is we pass out Oreo cookies at the end of the class, and we always say, these are kosher? And it always invokes like a huge laughter because it's a demystifying of what do you think about what kosher is. It's a set of dietary laws. But simple programs like that where you increase collaboration and communication with other folks do. Another thing we do particularly well is we speak to over 5,000 Holocaust survivors, over 5,000 students in the public schools every year with Holocaust survivors. The last year alone, because our Holocaust program went virtual, we had 14,000 people who saw it online, which was a record hit for us. So it's exposure, it's communication. And by the way, on the mental health side, you should know JESA, which is our flagship nonprofit institution for providing mental health services, is inundated with calls. And I happen to know that my own daughter, who attends Temple Beth Ami, in her time, she's in the curriculum right now, she's learning about the Holocaust. And she came home with me and said, Daddy, do we have to be Jewish? And she said that to me and to my wife, and think about what it is we've done. And because, so, you know, you take that plus the atmosphere of where we are of coarsening of discourse in American society, and you see the mental health that impact that has happened on children. I'm sure Rabbi Raskin or Rabbi Berkowitz has had numerous, private moments with parishioners, congregants who have felt these things. I know ADL offers a lot of great services too.
Yeah, so what I would say is, so ADL, just from a structure standpoint, we have our national headquarters in New York, and then we have 25 regional offices across the country that are really the boots on the ground. And I'm in our DC office, which covers Maryland, DC, Virginia, and North Carolina. And we take a very comprehensive approach to addressing anti-Semitism, racism, other forms of hate and bigotry. It's not just the one-off when incidents happen in a school, but the way that we look at it is including educating youth. And there are two sort of main programs. Some schools in Montgomery County participate in it. One is called No Place for Hate. For those of you who have kids in the school system, you may have heard of it. And then the other one is Words to Action. And they specifically focus on teaching, understanding, promoting inclusivity in schools and on the entire campuses. And it's all the way down from elementary school through high school. Age appropriate levels. There are things they need to do throughout the year. And so it's something that, we have, talked with obviously with MCPS about, and, it's something we'd love to see sort of from, I would say, even the superintendent's level to strongly recommend it for principals and teachers to consider it as part of their anti-bias, their bullying prevention type of programs, because that's what it gets into, in addition to things like what Ron said, Holocaust education. And part of it is because it really gets kids to understand at an age-appropriate level, not just about direct bias, but implicit bias. And we have this incredible graphic, which when we come back to talk again and stuff, I'll actually show all of you. It's called our Pyramid of Hate. And the thing we focus on at the very bottom level of the Pyramid of Hate is things like stereotyping. And just how something like that, it sort of feeds all the way up. And at the very top of the pyramid is something like genocide and murder. And then right below that is other forms of assaults and stuff. And we talk about how things like stereotyping and just racial slurs, or even if you think it's a joke, how that all of it just builds upon each other to lead to actual physical incidents that affect everybody. So those are sort of the two main programs, and it can be done, the No Place for Hate is specifically for schools, but Words to Action can also be done as part of communities. It can be done in synagogues, in churches, and other types of community groups to work with everybody. And also we do teacher training. So we've actually done, I don't remember the last time we did it, but for MCPS, we have done teacher-wide training, and some of it we've actually done with the JCRC and teachers to understand how to speak with their students, but also just themselves confronting what they may be facing related to bias and implicit bias.
And I'll just add, pretty much every Jewish parent is really concerned about this. And so many synagogues are trying many different programs, and the American Jewish Committee has a program called LIFT. And so I won't add to everything excellent that Ron and Meredith already added to, in the interest of time, to see if there's any other questions or on other subjects you'd like to bring up.
Thank you all so much. We only have a minute left, which is devastating, but we have a number of things to get to this afternoon. But as I said before, and I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Glass to have, Council Vice President Glass to have the final word here, but we will be having a follow-up session as soon as possible to follow up on all of these suggestions, ideas, thoughts, and reflections. And we will work with all of you to make sure it works with all of your calendars as soon as possible. Council Vice President Glass, I turn it over to you to make some closing comments.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll say that all my colleagues wanted to speak, and so we will take another opportunity in the near future to revisit this conversation. But it is incredibly important to hear from you all the stark reality of what is happening in our community. Each of us have eyes and ears on the ground, and as has been noted, a number of us have felt that hate very personally in very different ways and different venues. But we are not alone. We are all here as a collective council to make sure that all 1.1 million residents of Montgomery County feel safe and welcome. And there are many ways to do that. And the ideas that you've highlighted today are necessary to make sure that we recognize our shared sense of purpose and our shared sense of community. And so I know that we all accept Council President Albernaz's invitation to revisit this conversation. Maybe we'll do it at another time so that we can have lunch, or Councilmember Katz can share his pastrami sandwich virtually with all of us that he was snacking on earlier. But thank you all for taking your time this afternoon to talk with all of us, and we look forward to continuing this conversation. Council President, it's all yours.
Thank you all so much. And again, I know my colleagues all feel passionately about this, and we will be following up with this very soon, and we all stand with you 100%. Thank you.
Gabe, if I can say one thing, the fact that you actually held this program and all the council members are gathered to show up to care about this issue speaks volumes about where we are and what a wonderful place we are. So just thank you just for even being here and for doing this. It means that alone means everything. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Well said, Ron. All right, colleagues, we now move on to our public hearing in action, item number 5.5. And this is a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation to the county government's FY22 operating budget for the Department of Health and Human Services, Supplemental Nutrition Grant Funding, HDC5, in the amount of $432,014. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Don't believe there are any speakers for this public. Oh, Councilmember Reamer.
I don't truly wish to speak to the item, and I'm out of order, but I would like to go get a glass of water, and we rolled right on from lunch. I don't know if anyone else felt that way, but I will be back in 30 seconds, whether or not you break. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Reamer. I don't believe there are any speakers for this public hearing. Is that correct, team? It is. So this public hearing is now closed. This is a public hearing in action. Ms. McMillan, I believe you are online. Thank you so much. If you could just speak to this briefly.
Yes, this is the Department of Aging, Maryland Department of Aging, passing through additional federal funds to be able to purchase meals in both congregate and at-home settings. It did not go to committee, so it does need a motion.
Got it. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Council Vice President Glass, seconded by Councilmember Friedson. All those in favor of the supplemental appropriation, please raise your hands.
Aye, Mr. President.
And that is unanimous among all those present. And I suspect Councilmember Reamer will want to be noted in the affirmative as well. Great. We now move on to item number 3, sitting in District Council session. This is the introduction of Zoning Text Amendment 2201, antennas on existing structures, use standards, and the lead sponsor here is Councilmember Reamer. I hope you were able to get your water. After today, we could all probably use something stiffer than that. But Councilmember Reamer, please.
Thank you. This CTA is necessary because the zoning text amendment that we passed previously on this topic, some of the language wasn't exactly as I think we intended. And as a result, the zoning code essentially allows for a company to put an antenna on a new pole at 30 feet, but not an existing pole. And so one of the crucial objectives we had was to minimize the deployment of infrastructure. And so we want to ensure that existing poles can be used rather than incentivizing new poles. So this is essentially a correction to reflect our intent. And certainly I wish we had been made aware of this at the time, but here we are. So if I didn't get it right, Mr. Nadeau can correct me, but this is an introduction today, of course, and we'll proceed to committee. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Nadeau, was there anything you wanted to add?
I have nothing to add at this time.
Okay, well then that is now officially introduced, and thank you for that context, Councilmember Reamer. We now move on to item number 6, which is a briefing on the Planning Board draft of Corridor Forward, the I-270 Transit Plan. I'll note again for colleagues, we are postponing item number 7 until we come back from recess, so that we can have a little bit more time to be able to focus on that, because we also have a work session on Thrive immediately after this. So Dr. Orlin, I will turn it over to you.
Am I on? Yes, there I am. Sorry for the delay. Yes, this is a briefing by the planning board and staff on their Corridor Forward plan. I won't give much in the way of background. They'll give it to you. Is for preference to tonight's public hearing. And tonight's public hearing is really on 2 related subjects, this plan, but also to get the public's idea as to how to spend the money that was promised, is being promised by the state of Maryland to pay for transit in the I-270 corridor in association with the Opportunity Lanes project. So that is the background. I think just turn it right over to the planning board and staff.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Sanders. I'm the Chief of Mid-County Planning. I didn't know if our chair would like to say something before we got started.
Just briefly, you'll remember that you approved this project really as the managed lanes project.
Chairman Anderson, really, there's a really bad echo coming through. Not sure what it is.
I'm sorry, we'll make sure everybody else is muted at this end. As I said, the project began just as the managed lanes project was getting underway, and it was intended not only to inform decisions for the county about its investments in transit on the 270 corridor and what might be possible to meet our economic development as well as our transportation needs, but also to inform the discussion of what the county might ask of the state in connection with the toll revenue for managed lanes. And I think that that's dovetailed pretty well. It has 2 major pieces. One is to reimagine the CCT, to realign it in light of the reality that land use and real estate development in the Life Sciences Center west of Gaithersburg has not transpired in the way that was expected at the time the Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan was adopted. The good news is there's been a lot of development interest. The bad news is it's not happening at the intensities and scale that was anticipated, so there probably will never be the kind of transit supported densities that were expected when the CCT was originally planned. So this plan not only attempts to realign the route to make it more readily built and serve existing and future land uses that are likely to materialize, it also creates some great opportunities, for example, to provide a 1-seat ride from Montgomery Village into the Life Sciences Center, for people in Wheaton to take the future Beers Mill Road BRT line to the Life Sciences Center, and really nicely supports some of our equity goals as well as our economic development and transportation goals. The second thing this plan does is to propose an extension of the Red Line to Germantown. I know that many people, you'll probably hear from tonight, will have concerns about what that means for investments in MARC. We acknowledge that MARC is a bird in the hand, as it were, but I think you'll find when you dive into this during the work sessions and discussion that the long-term future is best served by major investment extending the Red Line. That's not to say that MARC can't be improved or should not receive additional investment, but over the long run, we believe we're better off prioritizing ultimately a Red Line extension because it goes where the people are and where they need to get to and from. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie and the team, who I think have done a great job analyzing these issues.
Thanks very much. I'll actually turn it over to our project manager, Jesse Cohn-McGowan. Before I do that, I actually think that our chair summarized it nicely, but I would just add one element, which is through our public engagement on this plan, one of the things that we continually heard is that people feel that they do not have choices in how they travel along I-270 and the I-270 corridor. So this plan, if you look at how this plan looks to solve a problem, that is the problem that it's looking to solve, which is to provide that choice, both for people that work in Montgomery County and for people that live in Montgomery County, to provide choices for how they travel along that corridor. I would also mention that one of the things we heard is, particularly for the mid-county and up-county residents, there was a feeling that there have been a lot of promises for transit, and there was a real desire to see those promises be followed up on and implemented. And in other words, keeping those promises. And we actually feel there has been a lot of really good work done. And we were really proud to work closely on this plan with MCDOT on a lot of those projects that are either in the process of moving forward or have been planned. But we feel this plan has a real strength, and it actually prioritizes projects so that when funding comes available, that those projects can actually happen very fast. And our top priorities that we'll talk a little bit in more detail today about is the MD 355 Bus Rapid Transit Project, as well as the Veers Mill Bus Rapid Transit Project. Our long-term visions are also going to be discussed, but I wanted to just highlight those two items for you because I know we've heard some testimony as well as probably some questions have come to you on those. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jesse to go over a briefing. Thank you so much.
Great. Can you hear me okay and see the screen? Excellent.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jessie Cohen-McGowan. I'm a transportation planner in the Countywide Planning and Policy Division at the Planning Department. So with that introduction from Chair Anderson and Carrie Sanders, I'll just provide a brief agenda for today's briefing overview. First, I'll start with an introduction talking about the plan, purpose, and focus and the relationship to the op lanes or managed lanes project. I'll briefly walk through the plan process and touch on some of the outreach and feedback as Carrie mentioned. And then the bulk of the presentation will focus on the plan recommendations, including both the recommended transit network as well as supporting recommendations. So the plan purpose. When this was put on the Planning Department's work program, the intent was to evaluate the many master plan and hypothetical transit options that could improve transit access along the I-270 corridor. While there are a variety of different potential options, the county was in need of a clear strategy to ensure that our resources are being directed to advantageous projects. And consistent with the direction and values of Thrive Montgomery, our evaluation focused on thinking about the economic, environmental, and equity values of these different transportation projects. So the initial scope for this project looked at transit options between Frederick County and Fairfax County along the I-270 corridor. And while this study area stretches nearly 40 miles, very few commuters are actually making that trip all the way from Frederick to Fairfax. And we found, and through our analysis, that most commute trips are much shorter, say from Bethesda to Germantown or vice versa, or from Clarksburg to Rockville. So for example, we found that just 1% of Fairfax County employees come from Frederick County, but a lot of Montgomery County employees actually live within the county. And so to just briefly zoom into that a little bit further, we did do an analysis of commute patterns. So first we looked at where do Montgomery County residents work. We found that almost half of them work within the county itself, 47%. And then unsurprisingly, a very large portion of Montgomery County residents work in the District of Columbia. You can see some of the other counties in the region listed here as well, but the bulk are really between Montgomery County and the District of Columbia. When we think about where Montgomery County employees live, we again see that a large portion live within Montgomery County. However, the results are pretty dispersed after that. We see 10% in Prince George's, 6% from the District of Columbia, et cetera. And so again, this is to kind of bring to light why our recommendations really focus on intra-county trips and how we can serve those traveling from points within Montgomery County. So as was mentioned in Chair Anderson's opening remarks, as well as Glenn Orland's, tonight's hearing is going to touch on the op lanes project as well as Corridor Forward. And so the two projects are related but distinct. The state's op lane project will be committing funding to be determined transit projects, including $60 million in funding for design, as well as $300 million for construction. And so Corridor Forward is not a highway project. We are not analyzing different alternatives for the managed lanes. Instead, it is a transit master plan. It is a county-wide functional master plan that's independent, focused on demonstrating and prioritizing transit options from a wide menu of possibilities. So it's taken us some time to get here. The project's been underway for about 2 years. In phase 1, starting at about fall of 2020, we identified an initial menu of 15 transit options, as well as identified different transit modes that could serve the I-270 corridor. And we worked with our partners at MCDOT and other stakeholders to develop an evaluation methodology and to identify 6 key options for additional study. Phase 2 was really to evaluate and prioritize those 6 key options. And then last summer, we solicited feedback and really solidified on our recommended transit network. In fall of 2021, phase 4, we developed the plan and identified milestones to realize priorities. And then we're now in phase 5. We've gone through the planning board approval process and are now here with you all at the council. So this project did have a variety of different types of stakeholder and community outreach. So we've held over 70 stakeholder meetings with state agencies, local agencies, regional agencies, transit agencies, et cetera. We've conducted 3 virtual community presentations. We have a website and an e-letter where we send out regular updates about the project. Early in the project, we distributed a transit values questionnaire. Instead of asking people, you know, what mode do you want to see or what project do you want to advance? Instead, we asked them, what kind of transit works for you? What are your priorities and values when it comes to transit? Is it important to you that it comes very frequently? Is it important that the stop is really close to your house? Kind of what are the attributes of transit that are important to you? We also developed an educational video series and infographic to talk not just about Corridor Forward, but more broadly about transit planning and the economic, environment, and equity benefits of transit. We developed an interactive web map that displays the commute patterns along the I-270 corridor, similar to that slide I showed previously, talking about where people live and work. And we also did bilingual bus advertisements, as you can see in the top right corner of this map, that we ran on buses, I believe in spring of 2021, to solicit feedback on the transit values questionnaire. In addition to that, in order to make sure that we were getting a representative sample in our questionnaire, we also sent out mailers with links to the questionnaire to 4,000 households within equity focus areas throughout the project area. We conducted a transit stories social media campaign and went out and rode the bus, the ride on Route 101, to interview passengers and understand their transit needs. And then lastly, we most recently developed an interactive web map of plan recommendations. And so through this outreach, there are a few things that we learned. First, I'm going to touch on what we heard through the planning board, the testimony to the planning board, as well as our stakeholder outreach. And next, I'll talk a little bit about what we heard from the public. From stakeholders, we heard that there's really differing priorities across the board. So we heard some support for maintaining the CCT, as well as some for re-envisioning it. We heard public support for MARC enhancements, but we also had conversations with MTA about some of the limitations and constraints of improving MARC. We heard some feedback that recommended focusing on connections to Frederick County, as well as some feedback that said the priority should really be shorter trips, focusing deep in Montgomery County. And then lastly, we heard some advocacy for sustainable multimodal decisions, and that was also paired with some concerns about congestion. We also, any option that was not prioritized through the plan has some constituency that's advocating for it. So as was mentioned earlier, it's likely that there'll be some testimony tonight in support of MARC or potentially monorail to Frederick, a Purple Line extension, et cetera. And so while there is a desire to advance a lot of these different options, the project purpose was really to narrow in on what are the most advantageous projects for the county. When we think about the feedback that we heard from the public really prioritized reliability and time competitive options. So 40% of our survey respondents said that reliability was their top priority over frequency or a higher ridership route or projects that can be on the ground today. We also heard that for people who don't take transit, 40% said that it's because it's not as fast as taking a car. And so there's just a few quotes included on the screen from some members of the public that we spoke to, either getting their feedback through the questionnaire, through riding the bus, or through our Transit Stories campaign. So now I'm going to dive into the meat of the recommendations. So our recommended transit network is really comprised of 3 priorities. The first priority is the Maryland 355 and Beers Mill Road BRTs, as you can see in the green on the map. The second priority are the near-term corridor connectors shown in a periwinkle color or a light blue. And then the third priority is the long-term red line extension. And so I'll walk through each of these recommendations on subsequent slides. But in addition to the recommended transit network, we're also provide a range of supporting recommendations within Corridor Forward. These touch on a variety of different topics, such as complementary services like the Great Seneca Transit Network, currently under planning by MCDOT, continuing state-provided commuter bus service, and then also, as was mentioned by Chair Anderson, continuing to support MARC, even though it's not in our recommended transit network, in obtaining additional right-of-way for a future mainline track, as well as supporting the master planned MARC stations at White Flint and Shady Grove. We also have some supporting recommendations that focus on implementation. So we identify supporting incremental implementation. As I'll mention on future slides, you can see that the corridor connectors are not just one line through the county, but multiple segments. And so if there's opportunities to get some of this done in a shorter period of time, we support incremental implementation. Also in line with Thrive Montgomery, prioritizing transit investment over auto capacity is a supporting recommendation in the plan. And then in addition to that, we know that it's important to ensure safe station access. Just providing transit in a community doesn't mean it'll be successful. We have to make sure that there is a safe and comfortable way for people to walk and bike to that station. And then lastly, we have a few supporting recommendations for future study, including exploring a more direct connection between Germantown and Frederick, and exploring potential Purple Line extensions west of Bethesda. So to dive into that first priority, the Maryland 355 and Beers Mill Road BRTs are probably projects that you all are very familiar with at this point. The Maryland 355 BRT runs along one of the main north-south corridors in the county and would be connecting Clarksburg and Bethesda. And plans are currently advancing for this project, and the county executive's recommended budget includes full funding for the central portion of the Maryland 355 BRT. In addition, this first priority is the Beers Mill Road BRT connecting Wheaton and Rockville, this kind of important northwest to southeast corridor connecting significant points of demand. And similarly, the Beers Mill Road BRT is recommended for full funding in the county executive's recommended budget. And so both of these projects include some segments of dedicated lanes as well as some portions in mixed traffic, but Corridor Forward really recommends continued pursuit of dedicated lane service for both of these options. The second priority is the corridor connectors. And so Corridor Forward really re-envisions the master plan CCT as the corridor connectors, a network of more buildable dedicated bus lanes that connect communities along the I-270 corridor to the county's existing and planned rapid transit network. They offer both independent and comprehensive utilities. So some of these segments independently have merit, but also when we put them all together, we create a more comprehensive network to serve residents and employees in these areas. In addition, the corridor connectors can be integrated with other dedicated bus lane infrastructure, such as that on Maryland 355 and Beers Mill Road. You can really see on this map that 355 and Beers Mill Road are the trunk or the spine of the network, and then the corridor connectors provide you a connection into the communities themselves. We also could see multiple service patterns or different routes for the corridor connectors. And so I have some examples on the following slides. You may have noticed as I've been talking, I've been calling the corridor connectors dedicated bus lanes rather than calling them something like BRT or a bus service. And that's because we're really thinking about the infrastructure and leaving it to our partners at MCDOT to think about routing and service patterns. So here are just two examples of what service patterns could look like. And one of the benefits is that these offer the potential for more one-seat rides. So on the left, we could see a potential route from Montgomery Village to Shady Grove Metro Rail that runs entirely in dedicated bus lanes, both in the corridor connectors and then on Maryland 355. And on the right, we see a connection between Germantown and the Life Sciences Center. Again, having a seamless ride within dedicated bus lanes, but using a mix of infrastructure, either the corridor connectors or the Maryland 355 BRT corridor. You can't really talk about the corridor connectors without talking about the CCT, and so I just briefly want to touch on the relationship to the CCT. As I've mentioned, the corridor connectors are re-envisioning the master plan CCT, and service would still be provided to many CCT communities. So about 40% of the alignment for the corridor connectors overlaps with the alignment of the CCT. However, we see this as a more buildable, implementable option, and that's for 3 reasons. So you can see the CCT's master plan alignment is included in the map in this white line. And so the first reason is the Dorsey Mill Interchange A. And so that is not something that we're including in the corridor connectors, and that would be an expensive component of the CCT. The next is Section B, which runs from Maryland 124 up to Germantown Road. It's a 3-mile section of the master plan CCT that doesn't really access any land use. It's on state forest land. And so by removing that, we would reduce the cost of the corridor cities transitway or the corridor connectors. In addition, the third one is this overpass at Redland and Fields. Again, removing this overpass would significantly reduce the cost of implementing service in this area. We also included 2 recommendations in the plan that relate to the CCT. So the first is recommending shifting the state's funding from the CCT to the corridor connectors, acknowledging that the CCT has been a state project and we'd like it to continue to be so under the header of the corridor connectors. And then also retaining existing transit easements and dedications for future multimodal uses. So I know that this morning you approved the ZTA for the biohealth priority campus, and so also just want to acknowledge how transit service in the GSSC would differ with the corridor connectors or the master plan CCT. And so just want to show kind of in depth how there's quite a lot of overlap between the master plan CCT and what's proposed as part of the corridor connectors. In addition, I want to briefly touch on how the corridor connectors relate to other transit service in this area. So the Great Seneca Transit Network, which I've already mentioned briefly in this presentation, is a set of enhanced local bus routes currently in planning by NCDOT. And these could take advantage of the corridor connectors. The Great Seneca Transit Network really provides stronger connections between Shady Grove and the LSC with a transit hub at Universities of Shady Grove. And so one of the benefits of this network is that it's very complementary to the corridor connectors, serving some of those CCT stations that are not part of the corridor connectors network. The last and third priority that I'm going to focus on in this presentation is the Red Line extension. In our analysis, the Red Line really far and away outperformed the other transit options. We found that this was the best option to reduce vehicle miles traveled, which is a proxy for air quality. And so we found that it would reduce daily VMT by almost 160,000 miles. And I know that's a big number. So for comparison, the Purple Line is anticipated to reduce VMT by about 130,000 miles a day. And so this would be greater than that. We also found that the Red Line extension was the best option to reduce transit travel times. So if you're currently taking the bus today from Germantown to Bethesda or Gaithersburg to Bethesda, a Red Line extension could reduce the time of your commute by 13 minutes or 9 minutes respectively. And you know, I think we all can agree that taking about 10 or more minutes off your commute is pretty significant. We also found that this was the best option to add riders to the system, both in 2015 as well as 2045 in our analysis. So some people who would use this Red Line extension would be coming from a different mode, whether that's local bus or MARC. But we also found that some people would be choosing to forego driving, and about 8,300 new transit riders would be added to the system. Our analysis also found that Metrorail is the most proven mode that we analyzed to drive development patterns, so to encourage transit-oriented development along our investments. But all transit projects have implementation challenges, and something as ambitious as a Red Line extension is no exception. So of course there'd be extensive capital costs. We'd need to consider right-of-way acquisition as well as cooperation with CSX and WMATA. So we anticipate that tonight you're going to hear some feedback in support of MARC enhancements. And so I just wanted to provide a brief comparison between the MARC enhancements that we evaluated and the Red Line extension. So first in the top left, we can talk a little bit about service frequency. Under the enhanced MARC rail, there would be 4 trains every hour under the peak period, so a train every 15 minutes. while the Red Line extension would provide 10 trains an hour, consistent with what the existing WMATA service is today. And so that's really hard to compete with. Even with an improved MARC service, trains would still be coming less than half as frequently as a Red Line extension. If we look in the bottom left, we also analyze job accessibility. So this means how many jobs can you access within a 45-minute transit trip? And we found that a Red Line extension would provide much more substantial increases to job accessibility, providing almost 10,000 new jobs accessible to the average resident. And when we looked at specifically job accessibility in the equity focus areas, that rose for the Red Line extension to 15,000 new jobs. So I think it's really important to think about what are the economic opportunities that we're providing to our residents or employees as a result of these different transit investments. On the top right, I just want to briefly talk about the forecasted ridership. So our analysis found that enhancing MARC Rail would add about 12,000 new riders to MARC, whereas the Red Line extension would add about 20,000 new riders. And as I mentioned previously, this would be 8,300 people who are new to transit that were previously driving. Lastly, I just want to mention a little bit about how this relates to cost. So we did develop high-level cost estimates of these different options. And while we found that a Red Line extension could be more expensive than MARC enhancements, given the extent of the benefits, the cost of each new rider to MARC would be 24% higher than the cost of adding one new rider to the Red Line. So while we can think about the cost as just that large number, we also want to think, what is that cost relative to the different benefits? And so this is just a snapshot of some of those benefits. One other piece I want to touch on in this comparison relates to land use. We're the planning department, like to talk about land use. And so we wanted to provide a quick comparison of the average density of the different stations along both the Red Line and MARC to kind of demonstrate not only where the existing development is, but where there's potential for new development. And so we found when we looked at the MARC and Red Line stations within Montgomery County that the population density and employment density is just far higher along the Red Line, both when we look at today's conditions as well as a future condition in 2045. And so I mentioned implementation a few times already, but just want to go into a little bit more detail here. While the Red Line extension would be an 8-mile improvement, through our conversations with MTA, our understanding is that in order to improve MARC, 45 miles of new track would be needed, a new mainline track between DC and Frederick County. And in addition, I also want to point out some of the impacts related to structures as well as anticipated grade crossing. So this is not to say that implementing a Red Line extension would not be a big hurdle, but we do want to acknowledge that there are implementation challenges with enhancing MARC Rail as well and providing that additional mainline track. Lastly, I want to talk briefly about equity. The equity is a priority for the council, and it was a priority in Corridor Forward. The recommended transit network provides new connections to the equity focus areas. So the dedicated bus lanes link the EFAs shown in gray on the map. They link to transit and employment centers. Corridor Forward also represents a strong investment in non-auto modes. So by providing high quality transit to communities, we're improving access for those who are less likely to own a personal vehicle. The Red Line extension provides direct access to DC. So by providing, as I was showing in that job accessibility slide, large gains in job access for residents in equity focused areas. And then lastly, the proposed transit network has the potential to mitigate some climate disparities or environmental impacts. So poor air quality disproportionately affects people living in equity focused areas, given they're more likely to live along busier roadways. And the recommended transit network provides a substantial reduction in VMT, which is a proxy for air quality. And so as I close, I just wanted to kind of reiterate our recommendations. So first, we have our priorities of Maryland 355 and the Veers Mill Road BRT, followed by the second priority of the near-term corridor connectors, and then lastly, the ambitious long-term Red Line extension recommendation. And so I want to thank you all for your time and looking forward to answering some of your questions. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. If we could take the presentation out so we can get back to gallery Thank you all very much. I'm going to turn it over to the chair of our Transportation and Environment Committee, Chairman Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we have a lot on the agenda today, and I'll just say I have transportation-related concerns about many of the details here, as do lots of our public transit advocates, but I don't want to belabor this session because my main concern is really about public expectations. So for that reason, I'd rather not spend an inordinate amount of time on this. So Dr. Orland, you're here, right?
Yes, I am.
There you are. There you are. Remind us, what guarantee do our residents have that we'll ever see these funds?
You mean the $360 million?
Right.
The $60 million is promised on financial close, which is within a year and a half.
Right.
The $300 million is, if the project goes forward, which
Right.
is base intention, it would come in over the next 3 or 4 decades. And that's why one of the reasons why the executive recommended using $170 million is that he translated that from the initial 60 and then translated the other 300 million to be more like 110 million in present day dollars.
I appreciate, the illusory advantage of that, but Secretary Slater, who made the promise in the first place, is no longer at MDOT, right? And you said this will happen at close, which is in a year. And who will be the governor in a year? We don't know, right? It's my understanding, we don't know, being an amateur political observer. So I'll just say I have zero confidence that we'll ever have this money to spend, and that's why I'd rather not spend too much time raising the expectation of our transit-starved public who have been disappointed by us many times in the past and promises of state funding for many years in the past when they really haven't come through. It's also my experience. I mean, so the Hogan administration won't be here in a year, and we'll be dealing with a different administration who didn't make this promise and will not feel bound by this promise in any way. I think that's reasonable to say, right? And then number two, it's my experience that Transurban has outstanding and extremely well-connected lobbyists and analysts, and they have a worldwide reputation for extracting every dollar they can from every local jurisdiction in which they've operated in multiple continents. So, and they're totally entitled to do that as a for-profit entity. I have no problem at all with how the private sector works. I just don't want us to be naive, and I don't want to mislead our constituents. So the agreement, my understanding is as soon as Transurban says they can claim their costs are higher than expected, that those additional funds come out of what they can recoup that from the state, right? And that comes out of these promised funds, correct?
Correct, comes off the top.
Right, comes off the top. And so even if we elected a governor who said, I'm going to keep Larry Hogan and Greg Slater's promise, who aren't here anymore, and even if Transurban never asked us for another dollar, which has never been the case in any of their transactions that I've looked into, even if those two things, which would be like hitting the lottery in 2 days in a row, ever happened, I also don't understand how we would choose the Red Line as the best investment for these funds that we'll probably never see, because what I know about the WMATA board is DC and Virginia and the federal government would all have to vote to approve Red Line extension. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Virginia is not only not part of Maryland and not really interested in Maryland's interests in our commuter times, but they are controlled by a Republican administration now, and they may be for the indefinite future, that isn't really supportive of transit.
Well, what typically happens with capital projects in the region is that if Maryland's getting something, Virginia's getting something, and DC's getting something. So if all get something, it's likely to go forward.
Right. So maybe if this extremely unlikely batch of funding that appears, it's certainly, I could buy 2 lottery tickets and hit the lottery twice in 2 days. And if I had those funds to spend and then I went to the WMATA board, maybe there's a deal to be cut where both Virginia and DC and the federal government, all three, would go along with it. But it just seems to me, knowing the little bit I know about the Maryland state government, we'd be more likely to be able to extend MARC, given that it would only have to be approved by the Maryland General Assembly and a Maryland governor in the future and local governments. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and CSX.
And CSX, for sure. But we're in constant talks with CSX about doing it. So anyway, I guess I've made my point. I don't want to belabor it. I'll leave the details to the experts, but I definitely don't want to spend too much time planning on spending how we should spend this money that I really believe we'll never see, any more than I tell my kids to go buy a whole lot of lottery tickets. I'd rather they save for college. Thanks.
Councilmember Reamer.
Great. So much to say. First of all, appreciate the terrific work of the planning team. I know they got a lot of feedback from MCDOT and the state and the community in the process. And I think you've brought forward a lot of well-considered recommendations, and we will need to take them up and work our way through. I continue to be very enthusiastic about MARC. I take your point that the opportunity for creating a commuter rail system through our existing heavy rail, through the Penn line and the MARC line, is a little bit more of an opportunity in other parts of the state than it might be in Montgomery County. That was kind of the core of what I took away from your presentation to me, was not that you don't think it's a great project. You do think it's a great project. It's just that the Penn line to Baltimore is clearly the disproportionate priority for MARC expansion for the state. And the county would be a, secondary priority for MARC expansion. And, which doesn't mean we shouldn't make it a high priority. I truly believe it's one of our top transportation priorities for the county and for the state. It makes us part of a connected Washington region in ways that we aren't now. But it may have a somewhat bigger opportunity for Baltimore and Anne Arundel and Prince George's, which is great. That's not a reason not to do it. Like, we should still do it. And I still think that MARC expansion should be on our agenda, and we should seek state funding to proceed with that. So I'm not really backing away from that. But I am very intrigued by the Red Line opportunity. And I think we ought to develop that. Now, I will say that the future of heavy rail ridership is very murky right now. We've just had major presentations to Congress about declining metro rail ridership and the possibility of indefinite hybrid work arrangements. And that's a whole nother factor that we are going to have to really understand. And I think given the present condition of metro, it's safe to say we're not going to be expanding the Red Line exactly anytime soon. But I'm always asked about the future of the Red Line in Montgomery County, and why is it that you see jurisdictions around the region building and growing their heavy rail, metro systems, and we don't? And I think it's because we have elected officials who fail to see into the future and who pander and sort of give up and don't put big ideas on the table. And we should do it. Like where I grew up in California, the BART system has grown tremendously over the years because elected officials put it on the table and made it happen. And we could do the same thing with Metro. We can do the same thing with MARC. We can do this. We can definitely do this. And having tolling revenue is going to make a big help. If you look at Virginia, how they're doing it, they're expanding the Long Bridge, they're expanding VRE. A lot of that is paid for by driver tolling. And if we want to be in the game, that is a formula that works. It's generating huge dollars for public transportation. And I think it's applying an equity lens to that policy. And so, that's something we should embrace, make, fund public transportation through tolling. That makes sense to me. As for our short-term prospects, I really appreciate the alignment here with the 355 in Veers Mill, because that's where the riders are. You know, that's what I've learned from the presentation is you got really high ridership in the segments that you're recommending these treatments. And so steps that we can take to create really high quality bus transit there is going to pay off for tens of thousands of daily riders. And so it's not, you know, it's not speculative. Like some parts of our BRT thinking are, hey, we're going to convince people, you know, to ride who have never shown an interest in riding. I think this is really seeking to go where the riders are and where the service is badly needed. And having, you know, the benefit of bringing a surface transit alignment to the northern part of 355 is huge. For us, like the economic development impact of being able to do an urban type development model based on more bus transit, rebuilding Rockville Pike, making it walkable and safer and bikeable, and Veers Mill, making it walkable and safer and bikeable. And we were all just there on Saturday at the incredible event about safe streets in Montgomery County that Councilmember Glass organized. And the money to rebuild Rockville, Veers Mill and make it safer is within reach, you know, for the first time. For the first time, I've been on the council for 11 years. And I think it is within reach for the first time if we can, you know, finalize these deals and rally our state elected officials, you know, for solutions and have the county executive follow through on them. And so as for the financing arrangements, what state elected officials have said to us and what we have put in motion, asking for an MOU to be signed with the state and the county, with the municipalities at the table, is to figure out how to create a financing strategy from that toll revenue. So we don't wait for the dollars to come in and say we'll build 5 feet of 5 feet of transit every year. We figure out how to develop a stable revenue source using the state's transportation trust fund. And that would work. So I think it is all right in front of us. You know, we've been talking about bus rapid transit for a really long time. We haven't really made any progress. I mean, the flash system is nice. I wouldn't really call it bus rapid transit. I'd just call it enhanced bus service. We don't really have, you know, what we have been talking about, but we can get it. And, you know, I think this revenue can make this happen. So I commend DOT. The budget recommendation that we got from the county executive is a good one. You know, and what he's saying is, let's bank on the toll revenue of 170 million. Let's add a federal grant of 200 million, put it together, and you've got a significant amount of money for the transit expansion. Meanwhile, we work on the phase 2 concepts, and that's where the remaining funds are. So I think that's a good process, a good way to proceed. And I think we ought to try to work together on that and figure out how to build, you know, bus transit in the county. So I'm looking forward to the testimony tonight and the deliberations here at the council, and getting that work group going and working towards an MOU. And I thank the council president for his leadership in requesting that process. And you know, I think if we keep pushing forward, we'll get what we've been asking for. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. We've got Council Vice President Glass, followed by Councilmember Katz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. There is a lot to unpack here. There's a lot to digest from my colleagues' comments as well, I will say at the offset. And I agree with things that each of them have said. You know, first off, the BRT proposals need to be true BRT. And we need to invest the time and the energy and the funds to make them truly BRT if they are to be as intended as envisioned. And so moving forward, we just have to keep that original intent in mind. And then going back to the money, I appreciate the questions that Councilmember Hucker asked just about how we're going to pay for this. I remain skeptical that the money allocated for a majority of these projects, or particularly those BRT projects coming from the toll lanes, will materialize in a timely manner, if at all. So I'll just reiterate that for the record. I've been very clear in that. And so, not only do we have elections here in Montgomery County, but we got the statewide elections as well. And so there are a lot of uncertainties to be determined as that moves forward. The point that Councilmember Reamer made just about, the extension of the red line, going back to Virginia, as many of these conversations seem to do, the ability to build the silver line and to do it at the scale and pace and collaboration at which they did, we need to rethink what we're doing here to see how we can do something like that as well. And again, conversations outside of this particular proposal, but we're not going to get this proposal or anything more unless we reevaluate the way that we're working, which is intrinsically tied to the conversation that we had earlier this morning about our biotech sector. And so I think if there's a theme of the day, it's that we need to reevaluate our policies and procedures in order to be better across the board. The one question I do have is that right now, and it was mentioned in the presentation, the Department of Transportation is currently undergoing an evaluation of the bus routes, the Ride-On Reimagined study, and recognizing that the most used bus route is actually the 55, which is up county, with Shady Grove as the terminus from Germantown down to Shady Grove. But so much of the emphasis, for all the right reasons, is on mid and up county. And I'm curious how this proposal might change at all, depending on any of the bus routes that might be changed through the Department of Transportation's report.
I can start on this, and maybe other colleagues want to chime in as well. I think given the timing of Corridor Forward relative to the Ride-On Reimagined study, I think it would be more that the Ride-On Reimagined study might be responding to the recommendations ultimately approved in Corridor Forward rather than the other way around, given that Ride-On Reimagined is just kicking off now, and given the current schedule of Corridor Forward being anticipated to be approved in the coming months, they'll probably lean on the direction of the council in Corridor Forward.
I appreciate that. And so I'm going to make an assumption here. This might be the official conveyance of that thought, that since just yesterday, the T&E and HHS committee had a joint session talking about transportation and mobility issues as it relates to healthcare and making sure people get to, meet their medical needs. And the Reimagined conversation was a part of that. And at no point during that conversation were they saying that they were holding their review for the Corridor Forward. And so what we need to do is get everybody on track to make sure that these policies are done in a coordinated fashion so that we don't waste any time, we don't waste taxpayer dollars on consultants working on these reports, so that we can all move forward in a coordinated fashion. So I appreciate you saying that you're hoping one cart is before the other horse, or whatever bad metaphors that I might be able to say at this moment in time, and I'll stop myself before I say any more. And with that, I appreciate the presentation, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Glass. Maybe Councilmember Katz will pick up where you left off on a pun or something. Councilmember Katz.
I appreciate that. Actually, it's the horse in front of the cart. That's usually how it can go forward. But I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President. I think, and I appreciate this update. I've always found it interesting that we need an update before you have a public hearing, but then we're assuming what's going to happen at the public hearing. And I think we really do need to hold off to hear what's going to happen at the public hearing, since it's going to happen in about 5 hours from now. So I'm not going to predict what others are going to say this evening. I associate myself quite a bit with what Council Member Hucker has said, and I am concerned about counting money, as you all have heard me say. I never try to count money that wasn't in my register. I mean, you know what you have, you don't know what you're not going to get, and the $60 million. Obviously, I've had issues with toll lanes from the very beginning. And who knows if and who knows what will actually happen. And I understand that it's at the signing, maybe. I do believe that the red line is an opportunity, but I also believe that we have to figure out what would need to be torn down, what would need, and for that matter, for Mark Rail as well, what would need to be torn down in order to have it actually built, and what would be a time frame for that. And I think it's, if at all, it's many, many years from today. So that's really not changing the situation that we're in today. The other question that I have is the $60 million, if it were to occur, what would $60 million actually build? I mean, how much of a red line would that be? How much of a Mark Rail would that be? How much of a BRT? There's $60 million is a lot of money until you start spending it, and I don't know what it would actually do. And of course, I keep bringing back monorail. I understand that there's those that don't believe that that's the best idea, but I believe that's something that should be in this mix as well. Having said all that, I also believe that we need to figure out what is going to happen in a time frame that actually will help people that are in the situation we're in today. And I don't know that any of the $60 million, if we got it, would help us today. And I think we need to figure out what's the fastest and the best way to get in a better transportation situation as it exists today to help those who are in need of help today. So with that, I certainly look forward to the public hearing this evening, and I look forward to many more conversations on this. And with that, I yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Katz. So I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments and thoughts. I really enjoyed this report. And I took a picture of the screenshot of the analysis of where Montgomery County residents work, how many work here, how many work in other parts of the community. And that's, of course, a snapshot of right now. In just a few minutes, we're going to be tackling or talking about Thrive 2050, which tries to project out what our community is going to look like over the next 30 years. And we know that we have significant transit needs today. Imagine what those transit needs are going to be like 30 years from now. And when you think about the development that will be going all across this community and all across this region, we absolutely have to be bold in our thinking. And that's exactly what this document represents. I think an extension of a red line, acknowledging that how are we going to pay for it? What's the impact going to be on local communities? All of those are legitimate concerns and issues. But if we don't set forth a vision, if we don't set forth something that connects our community and provides a spark and gets our business community excited about what's going on here in the county, even if we're at this point, we're just having conversations, there's value in that too. I appreciated Council Vice President Glass bringing up two issues that I'll reiterate right now. One is the Silver Line, which started somewhere, which was initiated somewhere, which included a public-private partnership and connection, and is going to have long-standing, significantly positive ramifications for our colleagues in Virginia. And whether it's improving MARC or a monorail or extending the Red Line or adding a bus rapid transit system that truly is unique and takes into account people's needs, all of those things are bold visions that get people excited. And yes, we have to manage expectations. And yes, we don't want to establish false hope. But without that hope, we're not going to get anywhere. So I think it is valuable to have these conversations, and let's hope that things work themselves out with how funding is going to be appropriated for projects like this moving forward. But they're not just going to happen. I mean, I'd love for us to have some magic beans and be able to fund these projects, but that's unlikely going to happen. And while we can accelerate our life sciences corridor and enhance economic development opportunities in our community, which we are trying desperately hard to do, that's going to take a long time as well. So I think it's perfectly appropriate. And I think it's also exciting for us to be having conversations like this, acknowledging that there's a lot under the surface that's there as well. But the second issue I wanted to bring up that Council Vice President Glass brought up as well, as he noted, in that this has major ramifications for our residents, and the intercommerce, the being able to go take your kid to a ball game and not have to spend too much time, traveling to and from, the accessibility points across our region, particularly in the northern part of the county, are really important, and people are feeling that right now. And there's a tremendous sense of frustration and anxiousness that I know all of my colleagues feel from our residents and our constituents. And we are getting back to pre-pandemic levels traffic-wise. And while I think, our metro system has taken it on the chin these last 2 years, I suspect riders are going to come back, and they're going to come back significantly, especially as that traffic elevates as well. So I was excited about this conversation. I've gotten energy from this conversation, and I think that I look forward to hearing from our constituents this evening, and I look forward to more of these conversations in the future. So I appreciate the presentation. I was really impressed by it, and I think that's it for now. So Dr. Orland, was there anything else we had to cover on this particular section?
No, just to remind folks that the next event after tonight's hearing is the T&E Committee work session on February 28th, 2 weeks from yesterday. And that work session will go through all these issues in quite a bit of detail. However, the committee has the opportunity on March the 9th to make its final recommendations on that plan, unless it wants to do it on the 28th. And then it'll go to the full council sometime later in March.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Orland. And thank you to our colleagues from the planning board. You might as well stay here all day because the next session will obviously be very relevant to our colleagues in planning as well. Which takes us to the next item, because again, we are deferring item number 7 until March 1st when we come back from recess, but we will now have our first official work session as an entire council on Thrive 2050. I want to make some comments up front from 30,000 feet, and then turn to Chairman Reamer to make some comments as chair of our Fed committee, who's done a great job through 9 work sessions, getting us to where we are. And then I will turn it over to Ms. Dunn to make some opening comments. And we will be hearing from Dr. Bonner-Tompkins as well during this particular work session, and the very important work that she has done thus far in an initial evaluation from a racial equity standpoint on this document. But let me just say a few things up front. Obviously, this topic has generated a tremendous amount of interest, a tremendous amount of correspondence, and a tremendous amount of passionate feelings on all sides. It is appropriate and important for the council and the planning board and our entire community to try and think forward about where we go as a community, taking into account the growth, taking into account the situation on the ground right now, taking into account the incredible growth that we've seen already just in the last 30 years here in Montgomery County. And so the update to the general plan is important for us to be able to provide a more definitive link between our individual master plans so that we can collectively have a vision on where we want to go. But quite understandably, there's a strong difference of opinions of that vision, and most especially how we get there and what that should look like. This council has really put in its DNA the issues of equity and the issues of wanting to make sure that we take into account the wide variety of needs and interests across our entire community. And there are a wide variety of needs and interests across our entire community. Some of the criticism that we've heard thus far of both this process, but also where we are to date, is that there are still many people within our community that don't feel that they have had an authentic opportunity to weigh in on a document that means so much to so many, which I understand and respect. In a moment, we will hear about some of the efforts that have been underway thus far to get us to where we are and the various public sanctions. And just in the last month, we have built off of the two sessions that we had, public hearings that we had with hundreds of people that signed up, and got some additional really high quality, important information from our regional service center advisory boards, which are diverse in so many different ways. And that was also very helpful in providing input to where we are right now. I especially want to thank our Park and Planning Commission and board and staff and everybody who has worked so diligently to get us where we are today. And I also want to thank the members of the Fed Committee who had 9 very productive work sessions and addressed a myriad of issues to get us to where we are right now. But I especially want to thank Ms. Dunn, who has been our central staff person all along through our council deliberations over this, and she provides such an important link and connection and can provide some context that will be helpful to all of us. And I do very much want to thank Dr. Bonner-Tompkins for her initial report, which we will be hearing about more in a little bit. But just to frame this discussion, I want to mention just a couple of things. The first is we are going to receive a very high-level contextual overview from Ms. Dunn, just to remind us where we are in the process. We will be hearing from Dr. Bonner-Tompkins about the racial equity analysis and report. There will be a conversation that ensues among colleagues and a question and answer period of that report and of Ms. Dunn about where we are in this process at this point. And that conversation will dictate to some degree where we go from here, because there will be additional work sessions assigned as we deliberate over this issue. And what I have been telling people publicly, especially those that would like for us to pass this as soon as possible, and those who would prefer that we press the pause button or even start all over again, is that the legislative process, which I've been very impressed by only in 3 years on this council, I have a high degree of confidence in. And so I look forward to the discussion today. We will learn some new things undoubtedly, and that will be another important data point that will help dictate where we go from here. And where we go from here is yet to be determined, but I don't want to set some arbitrary date by which we have to pass this document without having the full opportunity for us to think about this thoughtfully. I don't think we can rush through this, and I don't think any of my colleagues want to rush through this. I will note that procedurally, and we will get some updates from Ms. Dunn, there is a deadline by which we have to review this, but there is also an opportunity to extend that deadline. And I will ask Ms. Dunn to describe more specifically what that means and just the dates from which we have to work from in order to comply with all of the provisions of that deadline. So I know there's going to be a lot to say about this over these next work sessions, but I look forward to this dialogue and conversation. And with that, Chairman Reamer, I'm going to yield to you to make some opening comments here before turning it over to Ms. Dunn.
Thank you so much. Great. Well, I think it would be helpful after Ms. Dunn to hear from the planning team as well, because I know they'll have some insight and considered views on everything. So thank you so much. I'm really glad we're proceeding into this discussion. I really think, and as I've been, we've got to get into the substance now. You know, we've been working this at a very high level, and we have been engaging the community for a really long time. And I think it's time to put pen to paper and get to the decisions that are really before us, and figure out, you know, where can this document be improved? Of course, it falls short in some areas. You know, any effort can be better, and we can make this one better. And I certainly have some ideas about that. But I think the urgency is for us to focus on all of those policy issues and to be even more intentional about how our work reflects our vision for racial equity and social justice, to ensure that our recommendations are addressing that. But at the same time, moving forward and not letting process be the outcome. So we took this up at the committee and we crushed through it in July and September and completed a committee recommendation in early October. And certainly the council could have taken it up then and acted upon it. I think that would have been normal. But many council members wanted to hear more. They wanted to give the community additional opportunities to weigh in. And so that was the choice. We conducted town halls. We had additional forums. And Ms. Dunn is going to go through the community engagement, which I think has been unprecedented. But Mr. Council President, when you took over as Council President, you were concerned that we had not yet done enough community engagement, and you put into place forums through our regional centers, which were well attended, and we heard from all parts of our community. And I think we've just been really intentional about outreach and community engagement, and ensuring that the full community has a voice in this process. So on that's on the process piece. Let's talk about the policy. I think the issues that have generated the most concern have certainly been in the housing chapter, the housing component. And I think we can make this document better. I think that this document can better reflect the different points of view of our community. And I think that's kind of what community planning is about. I also think there's a lot more common ground in this county about what we need to do. The vision of Thrive is fundamentally about our future growth happening in our corridors. That's what it's about. It's saying, we know that there are going to be some 200,000 more people moving here in the next 20, 30 years. We want to continue to have our rural and agricultural areas as they are, and we want to continue to have our suburban areas as they are. And if that's going to be the goal, then we have to grow in the corridors. We have to fit people where they can have best access to public transportation, to an urbanized context where walking and biking and public transportation can be the modes of travel, where we can put the most dense housing and meet not only our equity goals, but our environmental goals and our community building goals. That is the real point of Thrive. And I haven't heard much criticism of that. The testimony that we are receiving is not really about that. So I actually think that there is general consensus on what really matters in Thrive. And I think we should focus on that. And I think we should identify that, make sure that that's really where we are putting our emphasis. And I think there are probably some rough edges we could sand down on all kinds of related points. But I think the community needs to understand that, Thrive is not about upzoning Montgomery County as a whole. It's not about a one-size-fits-all solution for this county. That's not the point of this document. It's about a vision for the future, and it is fundamentally about making a corridor-focused public transportation, walking, biking focused growth model that includes the East County, and all of the conversation about attainable housing and all those other issues are really at the margins. They're at the margins, but they've taken over the conversation. And I'd really like us to try to focus on what's in Thrive, not what's not in Thrive. And we can maybe find some ways to, again, build on our common ground, represent more voices, make some modifications, and pull through this with a document that people will be comfortable with, because it's too important. It's just too important. So that is really what I wanted to say today. I want to thank my committee colleagues for their terrific effort with this. The committee draft that you have was a pretty intense process. And I think we've provided you a good document, but I think based on all the continuing conversation, it can definitely be improved. Let's make those changes in the next couple of weeks, and let's see what we can come up with. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Council President.
Thank you, Chairman Reber. I will give Chairman Anderson the opportunity now to say a few words, or Director Wright, and then we'll turn it over to Ms. Dunn to sort of frame exactly where we are, but just in the spirit of providing some of the context and background, I think it's important for us to hear from our colleagues in planning.
We have a presentation, but we thought we'd wait until we heard from Pam and Dr. Bonner-Tompkins, if that's all right.
That sounds good. Oh, and Mr. Anderson, you still are getting a really bad echo. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we can do about that. We're trying our best here.
Okay, sounds good. Does sound like there are 3 of you in the room, so it's interesting. All right, Ms. Dunn, I'm going to turn it over to you. And once again, thank you so much. You've done a lot of heavy lifting here, and really, really appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you. For the item today, and in preparing to really start our conversation of Thrive with the full council as a work session, staff decided to bring forward really just a high-level overview. It has been more than a decade since an amendment to the general plan has been performed by the county council, and it has been almost 3 decades since there's been a comprehensive rewrite. So we thought it was useful, at least a bulk of it in the staff report. We won't go through in detail. We'll keep this pretty high level so we can keep the conversation moving. But it provides that background. It explains what is a general plan. And in the document that we all know, the general plan is a guide for land use and development in Montgomery County. The land use article defines all plans, both a comprehensive plan, a general plan, a master plan, a sector plan, and a functional plan. Those are all guides for future development. And the land use article also requires that our comprehensive general plan is updated every 10 years. What it also allows is for any area or sector or functional plan that is an update, that is new, to perform that function of updating the general plan. And so because we have area plans and functional plans that follow from our comprehensive or general plan and update it, those things have to go hand in hand. So the general plan provides guidance, principles for those more detailed and implementable master, sector, and functional plans, but those master, sectional, and functional plans must also be consistent with that general plan. It's like a door that opens in both directions. They must work together. And so you'll see that on the second page of the staff report. And what follows is details about the 64 plan, the 69 plan, the 93 refinement, and the 2011 housing element update. It was just an update to only the housing element in 2011. And then the staff report also provides the elements that the land use article requires be in a general plan. There are elements that are required. There are also visions that should be addressed. And the planning board draft has an appendix that talks about how it addresses the 12 visions that are required under the Maryland Planning Act. And so with all that background and understanding that this is a guiding document, the planning board delivered its draft of Thrive Montgomery, its visionary plan for the next 30 years in April of last year. And after receiving that plan, the council held 2 public hearings. And just a brief, just so anyone that's not familiar with Thrive from the planning board has 6 what I would call topic area chapters, plus an introduction and a conclusion. And so it's set up in a purposeful manner. The first chapter is really about what do we think about countywide growth and development. The second chapter is really about what do we think about neighborhood and community level growth and development over the next 30 years. The third chapter is really something that's how do we think about development or growth when it affects a development site or a building in our neighborhood. So those 3 chapters work together, and they set the groundwork for the next 3 chapters, which really focus on functions and elements of development that are essentially important, like transportation, housing, and parks and open space. So that's just a broad overview for anyone that's not familiar with the document, how it's set up and why it's set up the way it is. And then the planning board chose to focused its attention and its content on three overarching principles, which were economic development or economic health, racial equity and social justice, and environmental resilience. So they don't have chapters on any of those overarching principles. Their format has been to weave them throughout the entire document, noting where their principles and practices that they are recommending are supporting those overarching objectives. And then there are, in the Fed committee draft, there is now sections dedicated to explaining how that topical chapter addresses each one of those overarching principles. That's big picture planning board draft. We do have a Fed committee draft that is now before the council. And as the committee chair, Chair Reamer mentioned, there were 9 work sessions, and the committee, it began each work session after July. So July was really an overview too. We started the Fed committee with an overview just like this, and the committee members weighed in, and they weighed in throughout that month on sort of what they expected or hoped in general to accomplish through re-looking at every single element of the draft moving forward in September, but had some general direction, and council staff worked with planning staff, the planning director, the planning board chair, to start with revised versions of every chapter as the committee did its work in September and October. And those revised versions were really about comments that this council heard at its 2 public hearings on organization, elements that people felt were important to either add back into the draft or make more readable. So that's how they started, and then the committee did hold 9 work sessions and completed its draft on October 25th. And during that time, the council did, again, kept feeling it needed to continue to reach out and get more and more input into the plan. It held 2 public hearings, which is unusual for a master plan, except for a very large master plan. Given this is a general plan, the 2 public hearings did make sense. And then made Thrive one of the focus topics for its town hall that was held at the end of September. And then once the Fed draft was completed, then Council President Hucker made sure that there were 2 more listening sessions that were done related to basically the overarching principles of the draft and the Fed committee's version of it. And those were held at the end of November and early December. And then following that, the new council president, again, also hearing from the community, we get lots of correspondence that has come into the council on Thrive, wanted to reach out again to make sure we were getting this regional information. Were we getting people that weren't just some of the same people that are either very supportive or maybe not so much making the same comments? And so asked each of our regional service center citizen advisory boards at their January meeting to please make Thrive their discussion topic. And council staff, I attended them, so did our outreach team, so did Mr. Offsall from the planning department. We were there for support. We provided some overview questions, but the chairs of these meetings were the ones that led the meetings. They know their board members and they know their community members. And so they started conversation and we took down lots of notes. The meetings were very well attended, maybe well over 50 people at each one of the 5 meetings. And we concluded those at the end of January. And at the same time, the council president did request that the council's Office of Legislative Oversight provide a racial equity and social justice impact statement on the plan. And I know that Dr. Bonner Tompkins spent many weeks working on that. And as you know, that's also in the packet for today. So that's kind of broad picture, high level where we are, how we got here. What I will say about the deadline we have before us is that, yes, master plans by law do have a time frame by which they must be adopted once the council receives them. In this case, it's 180 days after the receipt of the fiscal impact statement from the county executive. That occurred in September. And that 66-month or 180-day deadline is March 20th. So we have already drafted an extension. We'll bring it to the council at the next council session, or the one after. It just has to occur before March 20th. And it would, the council can extend its review time for the plan in 60-day increments, but an unlimited number of 60-day increments. So before the March 20th deadline, we will bring that extension to the council. As a body, they can say that they're so moved, they will choose to extend by 60 days. If 60 days after that, the council hasn't concluded their work, they can extend it again. So that's where we are.
Thanks, Ms. Dunn. And we don't intend to extend this forever. So we just want to make sure we have a long enough runway for us to be able to go through this document and for staff to be able to respond to questions and thoughts. And it actually will take somebody writing, working out those edges, addressing those issues that Chairman Reamer mentioned. And we want to make sure we do so thoughtfully, because this document's too important for us to be able to rush through. Next, I'd actually like to turn to Dr. Bonner-Tompkins. I so appreciate your work. And I'll just note that for our public, Dr. Bonner-Tompkins handles this for every single bill and policy that comes through this body. And they have not been at full staff for several weeks now. And I just want to take a personal point of privilege on behalf of all of my colleagues, Dr. Bonner-Tompkins, to thank you personally for your steadfast leadership. And we know you are also carrying a lot of weight, having to deal with a lot of the bills that we're trying to move forward. And this is in addition to all of that. But we appreciate your hard work, and turn the floor over to you to give your thoughts and reflections and provide the context for the memo that you provided to the council, which is in the packet.
Thank you so much, Council President Albornoz, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide some context for the memorandum that I've sent to you and your colleagues, and that's included in the packet. As you mentioned already, the Office of Legislative Oversight is tasked with doing racial equity and social justice impact statements for all legislation that's introduced from the Council, as well as zoning text amendments. And so I presume it's because of that expertise that we were asked to take a look at the Fed draft of Thrive and offer a racial equity and social justice impact analysis. And when we took on the project, I initially thought that it would be something analogous to how we normally do with bills, which is we try to get an assessment of what the bill is trying to do. We try to think about what inequities might be impacted by the bill, in particular, sort of what is the historical context for why there are racial or income inequities in a particular policy area. We take a look at data and try to get some sense of what it looks like, locally or at least nationally, around how historical and current inequities are being presented as current disparities by race, ethnicity, and income. Then we take a look at sort of best practices around what have researchers, subject matter experts, think tanks offered as strategies for narrowing disparities by policy area. Then we usually do a scan to try to figure out whether the bill or legislation is aligned with best practices. If we find a bill, then the other level of analysis we do is that we literally go through the thought exercise with a bill to try to figure out what's happening, what's going to be done, who are the winners, who are the losers, and really sort of what are the demographics of the winning and losing groups, so that we can get a net impact of whether a particular policy decision is going to narrow disparities by race and ethnicity and often income. Is it going to have no impact, or do we think it's going to exacerbate existing disparities? And if we find the latter, the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act requires that OLO develop a set of recommended amendments that the council can consider, either to amend the legislation or offer a parallel, a companion bill that might be enacted to help ensure that the ultimate policy decision, if it's going to be negative, that those negativities are mitigated, so that you try to reduce the harmful effects of bills if it's perceived that it might be harmful. So it was with that lens that we tried to embark on this racial equity and social justice analysis of the Fed version of Thrive. The other thing is we wanted to note, we note in the memo and sort of note for context, is that we understand advancing racial equity is both about trying to anticipate and encourage outcomes that are not dictated by race or ethnicity. But the other part about advancing racial equity that's really key is making sure that you are inclusive of populations of color, of low-income residents in the development of policy. Because we understand that those who have a lived experience where they are having to suffer from the consequences of inequities and disparities, they often have not only a perspective of what that means, but ideas about what strategies would be effective for helping to alleviate some of the harm that they've experienced historically or currently. So with all of that context, we took a look at Thrive and also took a look at sort of what other jurisdictions are doing as well as best practices, and recognized fairly a few weeks in that what I had anticipated, which was the ability to, or the desire to go through and look at each of the goals or the policies that are in Thrive that are tagged as being equitable. The other tags that are in Thrive include whether a policy is perceived as advancing the economy or environmental concerns. What I thought I would be able to do was just go through each of those and square whether what was tagged as being an equitable policy was indeed sort of equitable when you parsed out the exercise that we do with each piece of legislation that comes to us. And I recognized going through the land use chapters in particular that just wasn't quite doable given what we had. And so it's with that I just realized I needed to pause and sort of offer some recommendations rooted in best practices around how to update, revise Thrive so that it would be amenable to us doing an actual thorough racial equity and social justice impact statement for Thrive. The benefit of us, or I guess normally we have a 21-day window where we have to do these statements for bills, but given the magnitude of Thrive, I think it warrants having additional time to be able to do something that's thorough. And so given that perspective, I'll offer a set of observations and recommendations based on the 3+ weeks that we've had to look at Thrive and to look at what some other best practices are. And so those are listed in the memo. I'm happy to go through them, all of them now, go through them individually. It's if there's a preference, I'll just reference what they are very briefly. So the first recommendation was to assemble a group of diverse stakeholders, particularly people of color, low-income residents, people of color from communities of color, to help co-create, co-design what they envision as being important in Thrive. I make these comments based on the draft that was from October. I presume that the draft has not been updated to reflect conversations that have happened in community engagement since then. Perhaps some of what I envision is already in process and just was not available yet for what I reviewed. The second recommendation was really just to go back through Thrive and just try to create more of a structure, more of a framework that's more easily accessible to the reader or layperson. I think that it's difficult to follow, and I think that's just probably because it's gone through lots of iterations and needs, sort of a certain amount of cleaning up. And I gave some examples of what I think would be a useful strategy for doing that. I think a standalone chapter around the historical and current drivers of racial and social inequities in land use, housing, and transportation is warranted. And while I do see in the Fed draft that there are references to some of the historical drivers, I don't see much of any reference to current drivers. And I think that it's important for the council, for the community to have an understanding of what gets us to this place, because that provides opportunities or levers for moving us to a better place. I want to, I don't put this in the memo, but I think it's just important to recognize publicly that it is, I think, an amazing thing that the council, that the planning board has decided to prioritize racial equity and social justice in the development of the county's comprehensive plan. That hasn't been done before. And it is, and I think, you know, really the county should be celebrated for making this a priority. Given that, I just think you have to pursue that in a way with utmost integrity, and you have to be intentional about it throughout. And it's not something that can be done after the fact or ad hoc. It really has to be central to the work, because the process of how you do it shapes the outcome, the plan that emerges. And there's just really, of course, it takes more time. The council deciding that they want racial equity and social justice impact statements for bills takes time. And, you know, of course, you can't have something take forever. But the additional time, the pauses that these analyses create in the process are, you know, one of the few tools that you have to try to make sure that you are developing and crafting decisions that do not harm those who have been historically harmed. You know, and so you just have to understand that this is just a part of doing the work. So last two recommendations I offer were to add data and metrics describing the racial equity and social inequities that Thrive is seeking to impact, to make sure that there's a prioritization around equitable economic development, and then to also make use of a racial equity and social justice legislative tool that we have on our website to help shape the analysis of the policies that are included in Thrive. So I will pause right there, and I'm happy to answer questions or provide any additional information that's asked.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Bonner-Tompkins. That was an incredibly helpful and thoughtful overview, explaining the context, but also how it relates specifically to how you arrived at the decision, at the recommendations you made. I had two just logistical questions. And then I would like to hear from Chairman Anderson and his team. And then I've got a couple of folks that are in the queue who would like to speak as well among my colleagues. But so when we describe, and I in principle, absolutely agree with the recommendations. And I think hearing from more voices as possible is always better. And my old boss used to say, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table, you got to make a bigger table. And so I think that when we envision extending and acknowledging you did not update the folks who spoke since October, so there may be some people who spoke in our regional service center, but would you anticipate, would it be effective to work with community-based organizations that are in this space, or should we be recruiting from an existing infrastructure of organizations that are out there that have a further reach into the community than we as a county government do? Or do you think there's another opportunity for us to tap into other infrastructures that we may not have tapped into before? In other words, who do you envision making up this additional work group or sessions of work group meetings? Is there a best practice that you think might make better sense here?
So great question. I don't have all the answers. I think the group that comes to mind to coordinate with would be the MORE Network out of Impact Silver Spring. That represents several community-based groups with different policy, subject matter expertise that are all trying to advance racial equity in the county. So that's where I would recommend to start. And I think the other efforts with the regional resource centers that was a great idea. I'd be curious to see what came out of those conversations and what, if any, shifts in Thrive they wanted, or if it really sort of reflected what they think should be the priorities.
I appreciate that. And then in terms of, you are amazing and your team is amazing, but do you think that this is something that you'd be able to handle in-house, or would you benefit from, and Ms. Dunn is amazing too, And I know you all have had some conversations about this, and Ms. Dunn, I open you into this conversation as well. Ms. Dunn obviously has land use planning experience and a background in this area, but not specifically focused on racial equity. And the corresponding is true with you, Dr. Bonner-Tompkins, is that you don't have that experience in land use and planning. So do we think we can do this in-house, or do we think we benefit from, in a moment, I will yield to Mr. Anderson to see if he has suggestions and thoughts on this as well. Obviously, our planning board is our advisory body and does such a great job in so many different ways. But we have, I'll just speak for myself, I've heard competing storylines here, especially among constituents, those that are deeply concerned that this is going to expand gentrification in certain areas of our community, or just prevent people from being able to come in. And then others who feel equally as strongly that this is our best chance to create a more diverse set of housing options, which will inherently attract a more diverse set of people to our communities, racially, ethnically, economically, so that we have more of a cohesive unit within our communities. Both may be true, both may be wrong. I just don't know the answer to that. But you know, that is such an important component of this. So with that as context, do you think this is something that if we were to move forward with some additional consultation that we could do in-house, or do you think we'd benefit from an outside group or party helping to advise us?
I think there would be benefit in having an outside, a third party team or group to help lead this, although obviously the expertise that Ms. Dunn and others, that we offer, we could help shape their work. I think it would probably have more legitimacy in the community if it was an entity that was respected but out, apart from government staff. And then just sort of logistically, I'm not a community engagement expert. That's not what my PhD is in. And, but I'm happy to support and help whoever takes the lead in doing that.
Thank you so much for that response, Dr. Bonner-Tompkins. I don't know, Ms. Dunn, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you. I would probably mirror my comments to Dr. Bonner-Tompkins that I would be happy to be a technical assistance to anyone that would work on this. My impression from having read Dr. Bonner-Tompkins' report and listening to these regional service centers discussions, and I think there's a little bit of a disconnect that we ask the community questions, and a lot of times I think we really think that they have read every word of the draft. And to be really frank with you, I don't think that they do. I think that a lot of them hear on their communities what people think about it. I think they read parts of it. It is a big task to imagine that every person who gives us feedback has read, well over 100 and some pages of a document to provide real detailed comments, right? Sometimes I think what we think we're going to get are comments like, this section needs change, or this policy is a problem. It's never that detailed. And so where I think I hear the memo from Dr. Bonner-Tompkins coming from is to really engage in the community, and that's what takes the time, is to sit down to go through the actual policies and practices with that conversation. And those things have evolved over time. They are not the same policies and practices for a long shot that were in the public hearing draft. And then the planning board draft was crafted in a relatively short period of time after that public hearing draft. So it would probably be great information if the right set of stakeholders with the right set of technical assistance went through the policies and practices, because it's not just, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this concept? I think it's more detailed than that, but that's just my impression. I'm not an expert either.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, Chairman Anderson, I'm going to turn it over to you. You have a presentation that none of us have had a chance to see, so I don't know how long it is. Just to put some parameters around this, if after your presentation, and about how long is the presentation, Chairman Anderson?
I think it'll be about as long as Dr. Bonner-Tompkins.
Perfect.
I don't think it's going to be long. Don't worry. We will respect your time.
Okay, thank you. And so after your presentation, then I've got at least 3 colleagues who are in the queue to speak. And so we'll go from there in the Q&A regarding everything we've heard thus far. Chairman Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Gwen's going to kick it off.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great. Much better than the echo.
Okay. Just turn this up a little. Thanks. I hope I'm not reverberating too much. If we could go to the first slide, what we want to really do is quickly just talk a little bit about Thrive and where we are. I think one of the things I'd like to just say from the outset is actually I don't really agree that the policies have changed a whole lot through the various iterations. I think the way they've been communicated has. I think what Council Member Reamer said at the outset is actually quite true, that the basic concepts of Thrive about corridor-focused development, about avoiding sprawl, about trying to create complete communities are things that have been true since the working draft of the document and really have not changed. Next slide, please. One of the things that we've been very, very happy to hear is that the people who have been working directly in some of the important areas that we hope Thrive will touch, like affordable housing, the environment, and transportation, have all sent letters of support to you. And even today, you got a joint statement from a group that included most of the affordable housing providers in Montgomery County and some of the environmental groups asking you, pleading with you to move forward with Thrive. But what's important to know is the people who are on the ground trying to address some of the important policies that I think there's a lot of agreement on are asking for Thrive and feeling like it's moving in the right direction. Next, please. And that is an important point. Thrive sets a direction. It is not intended to be a detailed document with a great deal of specific legislation. And that is a little bit of, I think the disconnect of where we are today. It is a framework for future plans. It is a plan for planning. And it is not intended to answer every question. It is intended to lay out the parameters of what we should be talking about in the future, but not to actually go in and create specific legislation or specific zoning changes or specific, even master plan recommendations. It is really intended to be an overview. That was what the 1964 plan did, and it is a landmark in planning and has served our county well. Next slide, please. Again, this is from our 1960s plan. And again, I just want to really reiterate this because I think sometimes the confusion that we get into with the community, and I think some of the issues that Dr. Bonner-Tompkins raised about the difficulty of doing her traditional racial equity, social justice review relate to the fact that this is a different animal. And it is a dynamic instrument rather than a finished product. Its goals and major patterns are firm, but the details must evolve and develop to meet the emerging needs of the people who will be served by the plan. That was true in the 1960s, and that is true in this document. This is not the same as even our traditional master plans like the Silver Spring Plan or the Bethesda Plan that have a lot of detailed zoning and action recommendations. It's very broad. Next, please. Again, like the 1964 plan, it will lay out those broad ideas, but the ideas that are laid out will be implemented in legislation sometimes decades later. The 1964 plan talked about increasing affordable housing, but there wasn't an MPDU law until 1973. Talked about guiding timely infrastructure, but there wasn't an APFO law until 1973. It talked about protecting farmland, but there wasn't a TDR program until 1980. So again, I think things like the MPDU law or the APFO ordinance or the TDRs are the types of legislation that lend themselves to the racial equity, social justice analysis that Dr. Bonner-Tompkins does. But when you actually, if we go to the next slide, when you enacted your racial equity, social justice law about having these statements for ZTAs, I want to just remind you that master plans were not included in this requirement. There are not racial equity, social justice statements for any of our master plans because they are so general. And this, as the general plan, is even more general than our average master plan. I think that we really are excited about the idea of moving forward with some specific policies and legislation and working with Dr. Bonner-Tompkins on the racial equity, social justice analysis of those. But until we actually get Thrive complete, we aren't going to be able to get into the detailed kinds of implementation ideas. And again, we're going to see some of that through things like also the Climate Action Plan and the Council's Economic Development Strategy. Thrive isn't going to try to replicate those other kinds of documents, but it's incorporating them, and those might be appropriate. I mean, the Climate Action Plan might be appropriate for a racial equity, social justice review because it's much, much more detailed. Casey's going to talk a little bit about the racial equity section of the plan.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As one said, we think that racial equity and social justice analysis of the kind that's usually performed by LLO is premature. But I wouldn't want you to think that we don't have anything to say about racial justice or social equity in this plan.
Hold on.
Casey,
Can you hear me?
No, it's getting worse. Sorry, Casey, we can't.
Okay, I'm going to come over here and sit with Gwen. Hold on. Bear with me.
Okay.
I think that's the problem.
Okay.
You're in the same room.
Well, but we're trying to mute each other. I guess that's not working. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, that's much better.
Okay, very good. So, as we said, we think that a racial equity and social justice analysis, the kind that's usually performed by OLO, is premature, but we would not want you to come away with us thinking that this document did not address racial and social justice quite extensively and intensively. Thrive makes 72 recommendations that are directly or indirectly related to those topics, and it includes metrics for evaluating progress towards those equity goals. So I've sent you a memo with Gwen this morning, which I hope you've received by now, that addresses some of the points that Dr. Bonner-Tompkins made point by point. But I want to particularly draw your attention to the fact that we do provide a methodology for evaluating progress on racial and social equity, as well as the environmental and economic competitiveness goals that are laid out in Thrive. I've shown you there how many times the Fed draft mentions racial, and equity, not because I think that's a really meaningful measure of how good or bad it is for racial and social equity. I just want to underscore that it discusses these issues in quite extensive detail. Probably about a third of the plan fully in its text is addressed to those topics. That doesn't mean that we've made all the right recommendations, and of course it's your prerogative to change them, add, subtract, or do whatever you'd like. But I think that I want to make sure that everybody understands that racial justice and social equity are not just a core theme of the plan, but they are discussed in quite a lot of detail in every single chapter, in every single part of the plan. Next slide. So what are some of those ideas? I can't get into all 72 right now, but this list should highlight for you some of the key ideas in each one of the sections about housing. That Thrive takes the first step to encourage a wider variety of housing type. And as far as best practices are concerned, a great many academics and others have concluded that a greater variety of housing types in every neighborhood is one of the key factors in eliminating or at least reducing the de facto segregation, which affects both our neighborhoods and schools. In transportation, we're advocating high quality transit for more parts of the county to expand access to jobs and counteracting gentrification associated with the scarcity of transit served areas. Councilmember Glass this weekend was at a Vision Zero event where he talked about how Vision Zero is an equity issue. We believe that it's clear that pedestrian safety, because less affluent people, African Americans, Latinos in this county and elsewhere are exposed to the risk of serious traffic accidents and fatalities on a much higher rate than Caucasians, than more affluent people. That is an equity issue, which we do not respectfully believe we need to have additional process to reach that conclusion. Communications networks, the idea that we want to extend high-speed fiber optic networks to more parts of the county to close the digital divide. Parks and recreation, using analytical tools to ensure the fair distribution of capital budget allocation and programming to equity focus areas in the counties. These should give you some of the ideas about how Thrive addresses racial and social equity, and there are many, many more which we don't have time to get to in this presentation. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Tanya to talk about the environment.
Good afternoon, council members.
Just wait 1 second.
Okay, I think you can go ahead, Ms. Stern.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Tanya Stern, Deputy Planning Director. Next slide. Environmental resilience is the second core pillar in Thrive, which includes 57 recommendations throughout the document to support environmental sustainability and resilience. There are almost 220 references to the environment, whether it's referring to the climate or sustainability in Thrive. And as Director Wright noted, Thrive, Montgomery, and the Climate Action Plan are intended to be coordinated, but not to be duplicative. I wanted to note that I am also on the climate leadership team that supported the development of the Climate Action Plan, and we are continuing to meet to support its implementation. And we, as part of the core team for Thrive, met with the Climate Action Plan team while we were developing Thrive to start that coordination between the two plans early on and to make sure that they are coordinated and complementary, but again, not duplicative. One of the things that both of our plans do is to mutually reference each other and to specifically endorse the other plan. So Thrive does specifically endorse the CAP in a couple of places. And then, as was noted earlier, there are a number of implementation technologies and techniques that are still evolving, particularly related to sustainability and environmental resilience. There are always new tools, new strategies, new methods. And so specific action items and targets should be developed separately from Thrive, and that is always the intention, particularly with general plans. We want to make sure that we have the ability to implement new strategies and approaches based off of the latest best practices that will evolve over time. Next slide. So as I noted, the environment is addressed in multiple chapters. I'm just going to highlight a few of these. In the introduction, again, it notes environmental resilience is one of the key outcomes and references a coordination with the CAP related to compact growth, looking at redevelopment and infill that focuses growth on existing centers, which helps to reduce our carbon footprint. For complete communities, providing centers of activity with retail and other services that residents can walk and bike to will reduce the need to travel by auto, which in turn will eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. And related to that, expanding more options for transportation so that residents, again, will not have to drive, but can walk, bike, roll, or take more transit. And then also related, related to the design and arts chapter, looking at how we can use building design to help reinforce sustainability and to provide additional energy conservation. So we have some recommendations that look at features such as net zero and carbon positive buildings, which I know is a major topic in the building industry right now. And then with parks and recreation, we have a number of recommendations to support environmental protection, looking at protecting sensitive natural resources on both public and private lands, increasing tree cover, improving water quality, enhancing wildlife corridors, and to ensure that green infrastructure is equitably distributed throughout the county. Next slide. So I will turn it over to Carrie McCarthy to discuss the economy sections.
Thank you, Tanya. As with the environmental section, we really prioritized coordinating with MCDC and other public and private agencies that advance economic development initiatives in the county. Can you turn this? And Thrive, as one of our core pillars, includes 39 recommendations related to economic development, and words related to economic development are mentioned nearly 300 times. Our land use and transportation recommendations complement a number of other plans in the county, including the county council's four-pillared economic development strategy, which includes transportation and housing as two of the four pillars. We also remind you Thrive is a guidebook, not a roadmap, and we think it really starts out some great ideas and processes for advancing equitable economic development in the county, such as its prioritization of furthering development on the East County corridor. Next slide, please. And our philosophy to economic development and Thrive is that if the county is a great place to live, work, and play with a high quality built environment that is connected, accessible, and affordable to all, people want to come here, businesses want to grow here, and as the planning department, that's our most significant leverage in creating great spaces. And so we include a number of recommendations sprinkled throughout the chapters to really advance that overall goal related to the built environment. And now I'll turn it over to Clea to talk about outreach.
Thank you, Carrie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So just to go back a little bit, from the very beginning of Thrive Montgomery, we intended our public engagement to reflect the county's diverse communities in order to create a shared vision for where we want to be in the next 30 years. A major element of the general plan update effort was a comprehensive public outreach and communication strategy to gather the input of residents, business owners, small businesses, nonprofits, and other groups, and especially what we call hard to reach citizens or communities, those who usually don't get to participate in such kind of planning exercise. The engagement approach considered equity in all outreach and engagement, so that all members of the community had opportunity to provide input as we developed Thrive. This is an example of the different kind of outreach methods we used to attract adults, but also younger people. What you see here pictured is the planning staff collaborated with the Gandhi Brigade to host a screening of the documentary, The Paradigm Shift, a creative take on how decisions we make today impact the lives of future generations. And following that screening, planners shared information regarding Thrive Montgomery 2050 and engaged student filmmakers in a dialogue about the role of creativity and planning in shaping the future. This is a snapshot of the community engagement since the planning board draft was transmitted to the county council and the county executive in April of 2021. County council had 2 public hearings in June. About a total of 129 people submitted testimonies, both oral and written, at the 2 public hearings. 61 were in favor of the plan, 44 against, and about 24 in between are unclear. There was also a town hall meeting where Thrive was one of the topics of community input. The council held 2 what we call countywide listening sessions in November, and then the second one in December. About a total of 100 people spoke at those 2 listening sessions. And again, 55 were in favor, about 35 against the plan, and the rest, about 8 in favor with some recommended changes, and 2 were neutral. Council also held listening sessions at each of the 5 citizen advisory board during January. And Councilmember Joando also conducted separate outreach to specific groups. And this is just to give you an idea that in terms of the outreach and what we have heard from the community, this gentleman spoke at the second listening session by the council, and I'm just going to highlight what's in bold here, that he stated that he has been representing and following Thrive, and he says, I'm happy to confirm that robust feedback from diverse stakeholders has been received and incorporated into the general project. And that was a sentiment we heard often, not only during the council work sessions, council hearings, but also in our community meetings. And that's the end of presentation. I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, that's from us, and I hope you'll take a look at our memo as well, which addresses some of the specifics of the OLO response, which I hope you'll find helpful.
Thank you for that presentation. And just to level set expectations, we will not be taking a straw vote today on what the next steps will be. We wanted to have this discussion, but I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to process what we talk about here today, and then come back at our next work session to determine exactly what the next course of action will be. And just for timekeeping purposes, I'd like for us to try and complete this by 4:30. We still have 5 bills that we have to enact into law later today, and one that we are introducing, and of course, a public hearing this evening. So with that, here is the list of colleagues that have chimed in. I want to apologize to Councilmember Navarro, who had asked to speak immediately after Dr. Bonner-Tompkins, and I just missed her question. So we're going to start with Councilmember Navarro, and then we will go to Councilmember Joando, and then Councilmember Hucker. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's good to see everybody. Thank you for holding this important work session. I'm gonna jump right in. So, you know, I've been struck by what I believe has been just a complete shift in the way of our way of life. I usually refer to it as our world order. And so when I think about what happened during the Trump administration in terms of the erosion of our democracy, when I think about the George Floyd murder, when I think about COVID-19, and then the 2020 census, those are factors that have come to just completely change everything. And so I was listening to Dr. Bonner-Tompkins' presentation, and then I was listening to sort of the response to what she was saying. And it occurred to me that this is really fascinating because, you know, for such a long time, we in Montgomery County have been engaged in, you know, outreach and engagement of diverse communities. And it's always been from this perspective of, you know, we need to be inclusive. Now, when you look at the 2020 census, you realize that now Montgomery County is majority of color. As a matter of fact, the state is now the most diverse on the East Coast, right? And so I feel like we need to flip the script a little bit, because we can no longer be satisfied with a list of organizations and thinking that because we've done that, that we are good. And I'm not here to say that I have all the answers. As a matter of fact, the one person that you spotlighted, Antonio Cardoso Hernandez, is somebody that was one of the founding members of the Latino Civic Project that I decided to launch from my office back in 2011, using part of my office's budget to raise the education, the civic education knowledge in the Latino community, because these are complex issues. And so I just want to say that, you know, I understand that the law doesn't specifically mention like general plans and things like that. But when you take a step back, let's just think about this. I mean, in 30 years or so, you know, and there have been books already, and I know Wen knows this because she was present in one of those presentations where they've said that the pandemic has accelerated the changes. But in 30 years, imagine what Montgomery County is going to look like. So if we don't actually own the fact that the people who live here that Montgomery County residents have to really, truly be engaged and completely authentically sought to give us their feedback. Imagine what Montgomery County is going to look like in 30 years. So we can't set a general plan without authentically involving the people that are going to be affected by that general plan. We just can't do that. And again, I'm not saying that there has not been this extraordinary effort, because I appreciate that. And I don't have the answers either. But I just wanted to push back a little bit, because that is the whole point of us all committing to this racial equity and social justice law. But to be honest, I almost feel like already that act is a little bit like outdated because of everything that has happened in the past 2 years. So I just wanted to say that because I've heard some pushback, some significant pushback to what Dr. Tompkins, Elaine Bonner Tompkins said. And I don't think we should get defensive about it. I think we just need to understand that something as significant as a general plan that is going to just affect you your daily way of life. And many of the components in this plan, no doubt, are going to help so much on so many areas, right? But I myself don't feel comfortable saying, hey, but all these things are going to help you people of color. Just take it at face value. I want to make sure that folks do understand what it is that we as legislators, the ultimate, the body that has the ultimate decision-making ability for land use, that the folks really truly understand what is this plan setting in motion as a vision. Because again, they're the ones who are going to live here. And I can't, sit up here and act as if I'm here to tell you what I think is good for you based on policies or best practices that we've seen, because the world has completely changed. So again, I appreciate some of the feedback about, bringing in some external folks and things like that. And I would be one to say that even though, I looked at the list, I saw all of the meetings, I understand we did our own, I get it. I've heard some people say to me, like, I didn't even know we had a general plan, like these are folks who actually are very involved in these conversations. And I don't think we should be bothered by the fact that we should do everything in our power to do our due diligence to make sure that absolutely significant things like a general plan, that the people who are the majority of our constituents actually can truly have a say in shaping it. It's the difference. And I'll close with this. In our Latino Civic Project, sometimes when I make presentations, I say to folks, chiming in, testifying, being involved is the difference between driving down a street and seeing a building go up and say, I wonder what that is, versus I had a say in that building, the height, where it's located, etc. And a lot of people don't even know that they have that ability. And so I just want to say we need to practice a little bit of humility, okay, because we're in the weeds, but not a lot of people are in the weeds. And this is not some kind of like a tool to disrupt progress. This is not about delaying. It's just acknowledging that maybe there needs to be a bit more attention paid to the tools that we have and the resources we employ to authentically reach into our communities and engage folks, okay, without just being, we held a meeting, they said X, and this happened. Again, it wasn't a coincidence that Antonio Cardoso Hernandez was one of the people you featured, because I took the time with a very extensive team to do all this patient work to raise the awareness in this community, because I represented the epicenter of the Latino community, and you see the results, right? But that takes a lot of patient work, and there are organizations doing that right now authentically, but we just, everything else, I'll be honest with you, is just, everything else is so critically important, but it's not if we haven't involved at the level that needs to happen, the folks that will ultimately be affected by the decisions of this plan. We could not pat ourselves in the back and say we did. I just needed to say that, and it's my expectation, that we will find those creative ways of doing a bit more, deeper reach, and making sure that we have the kind of input that is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that context and background and those really important words, Councilmember Navarro. I've got Councilmember Jawando next, followed by Councilmember Hucker, then Councilmember Rice, and then Councilmember Katz. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad I went after Councilmember Navarro because I can not say a few things, but I agree with the general tone. And we've talked about this before, about the need to institutionalize and structure our engagement, in particularly around land use, but in everything we do. And I think that point of, the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act is a really good start, and we're finding our sea legs about how to implement it and what it means. But we do need to, on the engagement and outreach side, redefine what that means and broaden who's included, and how they're included, and when they're included, and what they're asked to do. And I think, and the good news and the bad news in Montgomery County is that we're going to have to figure it out, because I don't think there's probably some example somewhere, but we're often on the leading edge of this, which is a good thing. But we do have to do better, and having sat through the 9 sessions in Fed and raised this issue then, so much so that I, went out, and I appreciate being included in the planning's presentation and their letter. I'm quoted in the letter too. I'm all over the place there, but that this was an issue then, and did some additional outreach. And, when I asked, for example, had the NAACP, the longest civil rights-based organization for African Americans, one of the oldest in the country, been consulted? They had not, right? That should just never happen. This can't happen, right? And they're not going to get there. You need to talk to a broad group. But the fact that they had not had a focus group and been talked to, I know because I asked them, and then I included them in my process. That's not complete outreach and engagement for that particular subset of the community. And so I think we have to work together to make that better across the board. And I think particularly in land use, where it's so arcane, but it's so consequential to what communities are going to look like and how they're going to be. And this, that we had the overview of the 64 plan, decisions made in that plan helped perpetuate some of the inequities we see today, right? And the point that really, one of the points that struck with me from Dr. Bonner-Tompkins' statement, racial equity statement, was that the connection between, I think we get very comfortable saying, well, this happened a long time ago and that created the inequity today. But there's things we're doing right now that perpetuate that inequity. And we have to analyze those, right? And we're not all going to agree. We don't agree what those drivers are. I think I have a view that the neoliberal capitalist-driven policies are a part of it. But, that's my view as a council member. But there is analysis out there to at least raise these issues and have a discussion with impacted communities about what should be our policy, because this document does make suggestions. Like we should give tax breaks and incentives to create X. That's a policy suggestion that's in this document. That should be discussed with people who have an input on that. There's a body of research. It shouldn't just be, do you like houses that are pretty in your neighborhood and do you want transportation? Yeah, yes, but we got to get deeper than that. And it's hard to do, and it's not being, we're going to have to design different processes, but we do have to do it because it is really important. Now, one of the things I will say, planning has done a ton of work, and I do think this document, especially after we came out of Fed,
allows the breadth and depth for us to have those deeper policy conversations as we get into master plans moving forward. But that's not good enough. And no decision has been made. I was able to, for example, add that we also need renter protection language and more affordable housing, some of the amendments we made, so that at least everything's on the table when we get to making the decisions. But we do have to have the deeper level of input and the analysis of current inequities and drivers of that, and have that discussion with a broad swath of the community. So my question to Dr. Brown-Tompkins will be kind of following along what Council President asked. And I've been very transparent about this. I think there are many policies, some of which I've already introduced ZTAs and others to start implementing, that are positive in this that are alluded to in this document, that will help improve the community and reduce racial inequities and disparities. But to Dr. Bonner-Tompkins, the question of how long of a period and who should help us get this deeper level of analysis that we're talking about. I think you've heard, at least from the first few speakers, that there's some agreement that we want to do that. What do you think that would require from where you sit right now, and having sat with the document for a little bit? Because I also don't have an interest in this being going on forever. And we need to move forward to implement the policies that people need. So could you respond to that for me, please?
Sure, I'll try. And
I know it's not an easy question. But
I'm not the expert, but I'll just give my 2 cents. So I think it's important to have a group that's representative of the folks that we think have not been as engaged or have particular implications from this general plan that have not been included. I think it's important to have the same set of folks take a look at this Thrive and do a deep dive, and that the group be representative. And maybe that's a couple of months. I'm not sure what the setup is, but I think at this point it is better to have a smaller group go deep than to try to, let's say, touch on another 200 people of color or something like that.
So more like a focus group approach with really targeted questions and analysis. Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. Does planning have any? I pose the same question to you. I mean, I know it's with us now procedurally, and we'd have to take the lead on any of this, but obviously it's your work product, and you all have worked on this.
Obviously, we will cooperate with whatever you'd like to do, but we do feel, honestly, that we have engaged authentically and broadly and deeply, and tried to meet people where they are. That's not to say that it's been perfect, but we're ready to work with whatever you want to do. I would just remind you, the statutory deadline, it's true you can vote yourself multiple extensions, but you can't extend it beyond this council session. In fact, you can't extend it past the statutory deadline for action on land use before an election, which I believe is 30 days before the general election. So obviously, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think it's important to be aware that there is a deadline and that we've been at this for a few years now. So we're ready to work with you and with anybody that you'd like to direct us to. But I can't say that I have any brilliant ideas about how to do this in the amount of time that's realistically available.
Ms. Dunn, go ahead. I saw you nodding on that. That's a really important point. We need to make sure we understand that and get that right about the legal obligation.
Yes, and I would, ask one of our attorneys could weigh in. But basically, the legal limitation in an election year is about zoning. And so a master plan that is not recommending zoning and a sectional map amendment that goes with it, which the general plan does not recommend zoning and does not follow, have a sectional map amendment following it, isn't constricted by those same constraints. So in fact, a different council could in fact adopt this general plan because it's not making zoning changes. The law is with respect to zoning. Decisions on zoning cannot happen after October 31st in the year in which there's an election.
Got it. Okay. Well, we should confirm that with the attorneys, and obviously, but that was my read of it as well. And I'm in for helping figure this out. I appreciate Dr. Tompkins. You know, I'm not throwing my hands up saying, hey, we're not doing it. I'm in to do it. I've already been trying to, and I think this is a good product. We got to get there. When you have a once in a 30-year document, you want to make sure that you do this in a real intentional way. So I appreciate the work that's been done, and look forward to working with colleagues and in the broader community, many of whom have written in to get this done. And I think we should finish it in this term, you know. So, you know, I think it would be too long to wait till after that. But appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
yes.
I just want to respond really quickly to Councilmember Jawando's question as well. I just wanted to remind ourselves that we do have a toolkit that was developed with the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act when we were engaging in the community. And so we do have that tool that perhaps even if we identified particular groups, et cetera, you know, they just need to lead, and it walks you through each piece of the conversation. So, and it's bilingual. So, I mean, that's just one particular piece that we have in our toolbox that perhaps we can utilize. And I agree, I would definitely like to pass this before, you know, this council. But there is that tool that has been used, I think, quite effectively, and perhaps we can use that as well.
Thank you. That's a good point. Thank you.
Very good point. And I agree with both of you that I think this council does need to pass this document. All right. I now have Councilmember Hucker, followed by Councilmember Rice, then Councilmember Katz, and then Vice President Glass. And we're going to try to end by 4:30 if we can, but I also don't want to rush this either. So Councilmember Hucker.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. Great points and questions by our colleagues. Really appreciate everything that's been said. You know, I think my perception of this has sort of been shaped first before I ever saw it by a whole lot of reactions I heard from residents who had heard about it secondhand. And maybe it's because I don't serve on Fed, but the more I've looked at it and the more I spend time with it, I'm just always struck by the idea that so much of what's in here are concepts we've been implementing across the county and even in the state imperfectly for 2 or 3 decades. I mean, everybody agrees with smart growth and transit-oriented development. No one disagrees with getting rid of food deserts and making sure everybody has a park they can walk or ride a bike to, and a restaurant, ideally a job. And most of us love Pike and Rose and wouldn't want to go back to the days where we just had a bunch of parking lots there that were connected. And now we have a beautiful, you know, mixed use space with restaurants and retail and housing. You know, more of the county needs to move in that direction. I think that's a real life example of like what this brings us. We also, I don't ever get emails from people asking for new highways. I think people agree, you know, generally, much more than they did a couple decades ago, that we have fully built out corridors that run across the county. We need to build on those strengths and use them more efficiently for the housing and the jobs of the future. And I don't know anybody who wants to tear down any neighborhoods or forest land. We need to improve the connectivity to help the residents we have now make their short trips safely by walking or biking or transit. And that's good for everybody, but it's particularly good for people who don't have a car. So I don't know, what I've shared with people, a lot of people who had initial concerns about the draft, his later, as they learn more, been met with a lot of sort of relief, because it aligns so much with things that I think are broadly adopted and agreed upon within the county. And of course, as it's been said by Ms. Dunn recently, it's just an update to the general plan. It's more aspirational and conceptual. It's not an amalgam of master plans, and so it doesn't change zoning. And while, you know, we might have 9 different answers about how many meetings we should have and who needs to be at the table, and there's no perfect answer, reasonable people will probably disagree on that. I was struck when I was council president that the vast majority of the testimony, I didn't expect this, but the vast majority of the testimony was greatly in favor of the proposal. And I'm always in favor of getting more people to the table. I think like an organizer, that's my training, but that's why I scheduled the 2 additional sessions when I was council president. I'm really glad the current council president scheduled the additional sessions at the regional service center and the meetings that Councilmember Jawando called, and all the additional feedback that we've received. There's no question the NAACP should have been included, and probably, you know, several other groups as well. But I'm for doing anything to add inclusivity that we can do quickly. That's always better. But I don't want to miss the point that there are trade-offs. We're already in a severe and lasting economic recession. We've already declared a climate emergency, and we haven't done much about it for several years until the recent bill we passed. We've declared a housing emergency. Last year, we hit 29% of the commitment that we made. We have 3 overlapping crises as far as I see. So I don't think we're acting rashly. I think we're, by moving ahead soon, we're acting appropriately by moving this forward. And I think Councilmember Jawando's questions about how long this would take is spot on. I just want to point out the longer communities wait for changes, that there's a real cost to that. It's more theoretical for some communities than others. There's not a lot of changes envisioned to the Ag Reserve, for example. But I represent, an area of East County that's seriously suffered for years from racial covenants and formal redlining and informal retail redlining for decades. And we see the results of those bad decisions by previous councils and private sector decision makers every single day. And our residents suffer because of them. And people in East County have told me for 8 years that they want more equity, and that means transportation and economic amenities that they've seen in other parts of the county. And they're getting a little bit more, but it's been very, very slow, slower than it needs to be. So I'm very supportive of the concerns and trying to get as many people happy with the final product as possible, but I just don't want to wait too long to do that. Given that this is not the last step, this is the next step to moving master plans and other decisions ahead. It's not some final determinative plan for every inch of Montgomery County. It's just the next step. So I appreciate the discussion. That's where I am. I'm for doing what we can quickly and then moving ahead, because I think an awful lot of good work has already gone into it, and because our residents expect us to make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm not going to belabor some of the points that have already been made. Let me just say this, that I don't think that this is necessarily trying to make people happy. I'll just say that this is making sure that we've got the concerns of the majority of people that are in our communities, understanding that while the planning department did a great job in outreach, no one's saying that the planning department didn't do a great job in outreach, but what we're identifying is that we might not have gotten to some of the people that are stakeholders who still want to make sure that their thoughts, visions are incorporated in terms of this plan. And that's not a bad thing. That's a great thing. Especially if it's not going to take us an extended period of time to make sure that those kinds of things can happen. The more people who actually have a seat at the table, not just feel that they have a seat at the table, but who have a seat at the table, we all know the better our plan is. And so from that perspective, I really want to say thank you to Dr. Bonner-Tompkins for what she did in terms of highlighting who we need to talk to and who we need to work with to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's when it comes to ensuring that we haven't missed anything. Right? And if we can make this an even stronger document in the upcoming short period of time, whatever that may be, whether it be a month or whatever the case may be, or 2 months, then let's do that. I mean, in any opportunity we can that doesn't have some sort of shot clock that's immediate, we should try and do everything possible to make sure that we've got the best document we possibly can. And I certainly agree and understand that this isn't a foundational document that's actually going to make zoning decisions, and so therefore, needs to be very stringent. But we do need to make sure that, especially in this day and age, when so many people are marginalized, that we have folks that now understand government wants them as a part of the process. We want to hear from them. And if some people are saying that they didn't feel as though that's the case, let's circle back. Maybe you've already reached out to them and you didn't hear anything back from them, but it doesn't mean as though they might not have something to say. This is all just about, again, ensuring that we have those voices and lift them up so that they can be a part of what this great plan should be for Montgomery County. And so with that, I just want to, again, echo the sentiments of all my colleagues that you've heard so far and certainly support us moving in that direction. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Councilmember Katz, followed by Council Vice President Glass.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And thank you for the presentation today. And I especially want to thank Dr. Bonner-Tompkins for her work on this. I've said all along that part of my concern on this is that we don't always tell the complete story. And I understand that it is a foundation document, and it's but there again, it's because of that, and we say, well, there's, we're not changing the zoning. In order for it to happen, zoning will need to be changed. So I think we need, when we discuss it, I've said this before, I believe we need to include the entire story. We need to say, this doesn't change zoning, but in order for it to happen, we need to have zoning changes. I think and that's part of the concern. And as an example for what I think people are going through for this, and I believe it was Gwen Wright that had a slide up that showed the organizations that were supportive of the plan. Am I right, Gwen? Well, part of the problem, I believe, is you didn't have a slide up that said that there was an organizations that had issues with the plan. And I believe part of the problem becomes that people believe, rightly or wrongly, that you're only listening to the one side rather than both sides. This is such an important plan. This is such an important document that we need to make certain that people are comfortable in that they believe, that they know that we are listening to all sides and that we are getting ourselves to a much better place, win, lose, or draw on this plan than what we had originally. And I think that's something that has to be kept in mind. I believe everyone is in favor of the goals. The goals are important, and everyone is in favor of the goals. It's how do we get to the goals that has become the issue. Stormwater management, the environment. I mean, all of these tremendously important parts of this plan need to be come out to be discussed in a better way, to be explained in a better way. And I think that this is sort of like Goldilocks. We can't go too fast. We can't go too slow. We need to do this one just right. And I do believe that we should have outside, as Dr. Bonner-Tompkins suggested, that we have an outside consultant or however it would be worked so that people on all sides of this issue, and to the council president's point, we have gotten a tremendous amount of information on all sides. The people on all sides of this issue know that they are a part of this program, that they are a part of what we're discussing, so that Montgomery County truly can, at some point, thrive using a better place. So thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield back.
Thank you. And then Council Vice President Glass will, I'm going to wrap it up with some suggestions for next steps, but he gets the last word.
Okay, well, listening to this entire conversation this afternoon, in addition to the conversations that I see on social media, in meetings I have, when I'm stopped at the grocery store or walking my dogs, I think that Thrive 2050 is our Rorschach test, and it has different meanings to different people, and they're seeing what they want to see in it. Yes, we need a comprehensive environmental plan for Montgomery County's future. Yes, we need a comprehensive economic policy for Montgomery County's future. Yes, we need to build more affordable housing for Montgomery County's future. And yes, we need to do all of these things with racial equity at the forefront of our minds. And even the meaning of that has been debated in the public realm, as we all know. And so the question is whether Thrive as this single document should house all of those policies. And this council hasn't really had that conversation. The Fed committee has. And it took the first review, and I appreciate the Fed committee members for their work, but I'll share that I am ready to begin the deep dive into this document so that we can all ask our questions. We can all engage with the community, the entirety of this community, the diverse community that we live in, so that we can all then set the course for Montgomery County's future, because that's ultimately what we're talking about here. And I'm ready for that conversation to begin. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. So thank you all so much. This was a very productive and healthy conversation with a lot of really thoughtful comments and suggestions and ideas. So just kind of connecting a few dots here based on what I've heard from colleagues, there's a lot of consensus in a number of really important areas. I think there's outright support, or at least an openness to having a group in some form or fashion further conduct analysis to provide some guidance to this body on the racial equity analysis and how this document will or will not impact certain communities in different ways. So what I would propose is that, but let me also mention, there was agreement that not be forever, and that we do move this forward as expeditiously as possible, but not so expeditiously that it impacts the quality of the work or the merits or the authenticity of that feedback and input. So I don't know what that sweet spot looks like, but what I do think I'd like to propose to staff, to the team, is that you all come back to us and that we discuss in our next session, and we will have another work session, to finalize what that recommendation looks like and how exactly we plan on proceeding and the specific time frame. It's clear to me that this needs a scope of work that's clear, that has clear expectations, that has clear goals. I very much appreciate Chairman Anderson's willingness publicly, as he stated in this meeting, to help this group, to help work with whatever this entity looks like, and so that we can work our way through. Many of the questions likely have already been answered in some form or fashion as we go through this process. And it's been noted that as people dive more closely into this and they better understand it, that it does in many ways address the concerns or not address some of the concerns that some have proposed. So we will have another meeting on this coming out of our holiday break or recess next week. And I will follow up with the team to make sure that that's enough time for you to come back to a recommendation with some recommendations that we can review, so that that work can begin as quickly as possible, so that as Council Vice President Glass noted, I think we're all ready to roll up our sleeves. We just want to make sure that we all have a clear understanding of what's before us. So let's do that, and we will be reconvening soon. Ms. Dunn, is that clear? Does that make sense? And is there any other follow-up or loose ends that you wanted to mention today?
I don't have any other follow-up or loose ends at this point. I think that I have a general good idea of what your expectation is for the next work session, and I will work with Dr. Bonner-Tompkins to provide you with your outline for a recommendation on how to move forward and what that means in the near term.
Yeah, and I'll end with this. There was clear consensus among my colleagues that this council is ready and wants to vote on this document. We just want to make sure that we have all the prudent information in order to be able to make an informed decision on how we vote on it. So with that, we're going to end this particular work session. Thank you all very much. And we're right on time. That takes us to the next item on the agenda, which is introduction of legislative session, day number 5, introduction of bills. The only bill being introduced today, and then there are a number that will have their final readings, is Bill 422, Human Rights and Civil Liberties, Public Accommodations, Gender Inclusive Restrooms. The lead sponsors are Council Members Katz and Vice President Glass, and co-sponsors so far are Council Members Jawando and Friedson. A public hearing is scheduled for March 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I see that Ms. McCartney-Green is helping to staff this bill for us, but I yield now to Council Vice President Glass and Councilmember Katz to discuss this bill with our colleagues. Council Vice President Glass. Or Councilmember Katz, sorry.
I yield to Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, and I would have yielded to you, Mr. Vice President. But anyhow, let me start off by thanking the Vice President for being a co-lead, and for thanking Council Members Jawando and Friedson for being co-sponsors. This bill 422 is a it establishes single-user restrooms located in certain places for public accommodation or county-owned buildings, and there's been some concern that a business would have to build a new restroom or whatever. This does not say that they need to do that. But what it does is this aims to increase accessibility for anyone to use a single user restroom, regardless of gender identity, or expression. And so right now, a county-owned business building can restrict a single occupant restroom to one specific gender, male or female. And this would allow them to put on that door, rather than men or women, the word restroom. I want to say that as we speak, and maybe they've already had the state already had their hearing today, but Senator Cheryl Kagan and Delegate Jared Solomon are having legislation. I believe they call theirs Open for All Act, and that they are looking to do this or a very similar bill for all of the state of Maryland. This bill is supported by the disabilities community who have caregivers of different genders. It's supported by parents with children of different genders who they might be out and the child needs to go to the restroom, and it decreases barriers and encourages full community inclusion, and it strengthens dignity and personal safety. And the bill is supported by many advocacy groups, including representing the disability community and the LGBTQ community as well. And with that, I'm going to stop because I have a feeling Vice President Glass has something to say as well. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Vice President Glass.
There's little left to say because Councilmember Katz has done an incredible job of outlining what the bill is. And so I want to thank him for co-leading this effort, and also to Councilmembers Jawando and Friedson for their original co-sponsorship. The reason we're putting this forward is because we want everyone in Montgomery County to feel welcome here. Members of our trans community, non-binary community, and disabilities community, oftentimes feel anxious and ignored when they see the choices of restrooms in their commercial spaces. And this legislation is going to help provide ease and comfort to them. But let's be real also about what this legislation also does. Every single one of us and every member of this community has waited to use a restroom and seen that the one next to them is vacant, and that their sign on it doesn't match their gender. So they wait, and they wait to use that other single occupancy bathroom. Well, what this bill will do is allow anybody to use that single stall. And so that opens up opportunities for everybody. It makes everybody feel safe and makes everybody feel welcome. And again, can't underscore this enough. The bill only applies to single-use restrooms, one person at a time. There should be no confusion about that. And so again, if we want to be a welcoming, inclusive place, and we want to shorten lines in all the bathrooms as well, this bill will help us do that. So thank you all very much.
I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor. I want to thank both of you very much for co-leading this effort. And I'll add another argument in favor of this bill. When I was the director of the Recreation Department, we moved in this direction as well. And you didn't mention, but it's true, families with kids who also need to work their way through and navigate complex situations. So for all those reasons and more, I think this is a really great bill. We have a number of colleagues that have requested to speak. Let me make sure I go down in order of the list here. First, we have Councilmember Navarro, followed by Councilmember Reamer, and then Councilmember Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Katz and Vice President Glass. No doubt, there's just so many practical reasons why this is a really good bill. And as President Albornoz was saying, that I have flashbacks, when my kids were young, and was one of the, I have two girls, so it was, of course, I always had to go with them. So, hey, this kind of frees up a lot of moms to be able to perhaps enjoy, a meal or something, have the husbands take the daughters. But so, yeah, there are a lot of practical reasons, as it was just mentioned, and it addresses a lot of issues around equity as well. And so thank you again for introducing and listing me as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Reamer, followed by, Councilmember Hucker, followed by Councilmember Reamer.
I just wanted to thank you both for your leadership and ask to be added as co-sponsor.
Councilmember Reamer.
Well said, Councilmember Hucker. I have the same request. Thanks for taking this on to Mr. Katz and Mr. Glass.
And Councilmember Rice.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor, Mr. President.
All right, great. Well, thank you all very much. That bill is now officially introduced. Councilmember Duando, sorry, go ahead.
Just want to say that Councilmember Navarro's point, I'm just happy to be a co-sponsor. This is an awesome bill. I have a son now, but as the dad of daughters for about 8 years until that, I will say I probably implemented the spirit of this bill against before going into another bad. So I'm glad I won't have to do it that way anymore. So thank you for this.
Amen. Okay, so I don't see any of my other colleagues who wish to speak on this. This bill is now officially introduced. And again, the public hearing is scheduled for March 8th. Now we move on to item number 10, call of bills for final reading. There are 5 bills that we will conduct a final reading on here this late afternoon. First is Bill 921, Streets and Roads, Sidewalk Snow Removal with amendments. And the Transportation Environment Committee recommends enactment with amendments. I will turn it over to Chairman Hucker to lead us through the discussion on what was discussed in committee. And of course, we have Ms. McCartney-Green here as well, who helped staff this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee voted this bill out 3-0. I want to only speak briefly so I can turn it over to the lead sponsor as well. But I know he's worked hard on this. I'm really glad that the bill focuses on our equity emphasis areas, which we're increasingly doing, and a number of pieces of legislation to make sure that the people who benefit the most are the pedestrians and cyclists and the transit riders that often don't have cars, or they're incentivized to leave them at home. And they should have the first access, I think, to safe and clear sidewalks. So anyway, the committee again passed it unanimously, and we recommend it to the full committee. Mr. President, can I call on the lead sponsor?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. President. It was nearly a year ago when we introduced this legislation. And since that time, there have been approximately 480 people who have been struck on our roads and 10 people who have been killed. And so this legislation, the Shovel Our Sidewalk Act, which requires the Department of Transportation to shovel nearly 40 miles of sidewalks in our equity emphasis areas, which has been said are traditionally communities of color with larger proportion of individuals taking public transportation, largely the bus. This will make sure that their streets are safer. And so I appreciate the T&E committee for its support. And for the co-sponsors, when it was originally introduced, Councilmembers Reamer, Katz, Hucker, and Navarro. And I also just really want to thank Councilmembers Reamer and Navarro for leading this effort. I know it was back in 2014 when y'all first required the county to have a sidewalk removal plan. And so this clearly builds upon that foundation that you have cleared, and look forward to making all of our streets safer, and especially those in our underserved areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got a couple colleagues who've requested to speak. First, Councilmember Friedson, and then Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate Councilmember Glass for pushing this forward. It really builds on all of the Vision Zero work that you have done, highlighted this past weekend, but really a cornerstone of this first term in office. And it builds on a lot of work that the council has done. We have a construction area bill that I had proposed and worked with many of you on, that addresses similar issues related to accessibility throughout our community. And I just wanted to note a personal story here. Old Georgetown Road between Arlington and Democracy is included. as one of the areas prescribed in addition to equity emphasis areas, which are very important. But the reason why this matters so much is that's where Jay Castle was killed using those sidewalks. And it shows how dangerous these sidewalks can be when there are obstructions. And in fact, we believe that the likelihood of that fatal collision was an obstruction and a very poorly constructed sidewalk that is incredibly dangerous. And when you put those things together, it's a toxic brew, and it can lead, and too often does lead to fatal consequences. And so I just really appreciate the work that is being done here. I think it's really important, and I think it will have very significant and positive consequences. And I just wanted to also note, as we pass this, I hope we will continue to do the work that we've been doing to look at all of our sidewalks and accessibility challenges in addition to those that are prescribed here. Just recently, my office heard from a constituent, the most recent of whom has raised concerns in Friendship Heights related to accessibility in a wheelchair and not being able to access a doctor's appointment, when all the way to the doctor's appointment got within 100 feet of the doctor's appointment in Friendship Heights and couldn't get there to the doctor's appointment shortly after a snowstorm. So I think these are issues that we're going to continue to have to work on. This bill is a significant step in a positive direction. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Glass and the work of the T&E committee for your effort on this bill and continued effort on Vision Zero efforts.
Thank you. Councilmember Emer.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Glass, thanks for grabbing a shovel and clearing the path. And major shout out to Councilmember Navarro, my co-lead on our legislation 8 years ago. That was a really important thing to me personally. And we did follow that legislation on with some additional changes, like raising the commercial fine so that property owners who refuse to comply would actually have a consequence, because we've heard a lot about that. But for me, my passion for this issue really took a personal turn when I fractured my hip and I could no longer walk without crutches or a cane. And when you have a mobility challenge, ice on a sidewalk is terrifying. It makes it impassable. You just can't use the sidewalk because it's too risky, it's too dangerous. And that, unfortunately, is a common experience for a lot of our older residents and our residents with mobility challenges, be they temporary or permanent. And so it's crucial for our community to clear sidewalks and our county government to do a better job with it too. I think we've done a great job getting the equipment in place for our urban areas to clear sidewalks, but the vexing challenge has been those state highways. And that's where it's worse, because you get the most snow plowed up onto the sidewalk, and the homeowners are really challenged to actually clear snow from a 4-lane, 5-lane highway. It doesn't work. So I think this is a great step. And actually, as Councilmember Friedson said, I would like to see us, after we get this under our belt, see where we can expand it elsewhere. Because at the end of the day, a mobility challenged person is a mobility challenged person, wherever they live. So thank you so much. I'm glad to see this happening. I'll be voting enthusiastically for it.
Great. Council Vice President Glass, you had something else you wanted to say.
Real quick, I spoke too soon before. I thanked all of you, but I need to thank my staff as well. I especially want to thank my Chief of Staff, Valeria Carranza, who has served on the county's Pedestrian, Bicycle, and Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, and also Sean Emerson, who was with my team when we introduced this and shepherded it through. My team, as was mentioned, cares passionately about this as much as I do, and the event that was held over the weekend that was attended by many of you is emblematic of that, and look forward to working with all of you to continue these efforts moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Vice President Glass. I'm just going to say something quick about this. This is a great bill on the merits, but and the legislation is so important, but I'm particularly impressed with how Council Vice President Glass's office and Councilmember Katz is engaged with their Department of Transportation on this, because they're the ones who are going to be charged with implementing it. And it's so important for that synergy of partnership between our legislative and executive branch works, and it did well here. And that's why I am going to very enthusiastically support this bill, because of that work that you put in to think through how we operationalize this. So thank you so much for that work. And with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Council President?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McCartney-Green, what did I miss?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to notate for the council that the packet has the correct language, but line 126 should also remove the word exceed. So I just want to make sure that the council had the accurate language. So line 126 should also forgo exceed. And so the packet is correct, but the bill itself. So just wanted to make sure that the council saw that as well. That's it.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So with that important note, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Friedson.
Yeah.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro.
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Katz.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Mr. Hucker.
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes.
All right, congratulations. Let the record show that passed unanimously. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Bill 3521, Prevailing Wage Requirements, Construction Contracts with Amendments. The Government Operations Committee recommends enactment with amendments. Once again, this was staffed by Ms. McCartney-Green, and I turn it over to Chair Navarro to set the context for this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Ms. McCartney-Green for staffing this item. The Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee had a very rich conversation about the many elements of Bill 35-21, Prevailing Wage Requirements, Construction Contracts Amendments. The lead sponsors are Councilmember Tom Hucker and Councilmember Jawando, with co-sponsors Council Vice President Glass, Councilmember Rice, Council President Albornoz, Councilmember Katz, Councilmember Reamer, and myself. So this bill would amend definitions related to construction and prevailing wage threshold. It also adopts the state prevailing wage law regarding the contract threshold limit. It applies prevailing wage requirements to certain public-private partnerships, requires construction contracts to include local hiring requirements, also specifies violations of the local hiring mandate, and authorizes the department to adopt regulations and generally amend the law regarding applicability to prevailing wage requirements. So in the end, the committee recommended unanimous approval of Bill 3521 with the following amendments. 1, to lower the prevailing wage threshold limit from $500,000 to $250,000, or apply the state's prevailing wage threshold to construction contracts, or whichever dollar threshold is lower. 2, expand the scope of construction to include rehabbing, repaving, pavement milling, and mechanical system service contract. 3, define the types of mechanical system service contract that should receive prevailing wage rates, for example, HVAC, refrigeration, electrical, plumbing, and elevator systems. And 4, adopt the federal prevailing wage threshold of $2,500 or more on mechanical system service contract. In addition, the GO committee reserved for discussion at the full council the following 2 amendments. 1, whether the council should adopt an amendment to apply prevailing wage rates to payment in lieu of taxes, also known as pilots construction projects. We did discuss this a little bit. Felt that more information was needed. Also discussed that perhaps, could this be in a separate bill, given that we felt that we needed a bit more analysis, but in the end we decided, let's just go ahead and adopt what we could and then have this discussion or this decision to be made by the full council. The other item was whether we would amend the bill in its current form to remove the requirement for a local hiring mandate. At the time of the work session, the fiscal impact statement was not ready, and the committee asked that this action be held once the council received the impact statement. So we did receive it on February 7th with a set of numbers that have since been revised significantly downwards from a high of 102 million to 5.8 million over 6 years. So with that, I do have our incredible attorney analyst, Ms. Ludine McCartney-Green, that can walk us through all the other elements. But of course, I will let you decide, Mr. President, if you would like also the lead sponsors to speak. And also will say that we have received a lot of correspondence from different organizations that work in the housing space. And everything has been, supportive, but they've also been tracking a lot of the conversations that we have held as well. And as always, when I thank my colleagues on the GO committee, Council Members Katz and Councilmember Friedson, for all their work. So that's what you have in front of you. It's a 3-0 on most of the elements, with the exception of those 2 items that we decided to bring to full council.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Navarro, for the GO committee's work on this issue, and I especially want to thank our lead sponsors. I was proud to sign on to this bill because I think it's just absolutely the right thing to do, and I know that there is going to be an amendment, I believe, proposed by Councilmember Jawando, and he would like to speak as well. Before we do that amendment, Councilmember Jawando, could we get comments from colleagues generally, and then Ms. McCartney-Green, and then introduce the amendment after that, if that's okay with you. So we're going to go to lead sponsor Hucker first, followed by lead sponsor Jawando, and then we will have Ms. McCartney-Green sort of walk us through those additional elements. But to make some opening contextual comments, please, lead sponsor Hucker.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just quickly, I want to begin by thanking Councilmember Jawando for introducing the bill with me, and thank all my colleagues for co-sponsoring it, and really want to thank Chair Navarro and the rest of the GO committee for all their time that they put into this, and certainly Ms. McCartney-Green for all her work on this bill. We took up a lot of her time as well. I definitely want to thank all the organizations and stakeholders who testified and wrote and expressed strong support for this bill. This has been sort of, I think I said at the introduction, a bucket list issue that's been on my mind for a long time coming. Our existing law was passed, I believe, 23 years ago by Councilmember Ervin. That's a long time to go for an important law without an update. And I'm really glad we're taking that action today. I believe this bill, as a reminder, helps our residents in 4 different ways. It creates more middle-class jobs in Montgomery County, jobs with benefits. And given that we're really struggling in our region and job creation, we need to turn that around. It also reduces demand on our social services by creating better jobs and allowing us to target our finite resources to the families the most in need. And it builds the workforce of the future, because it incentivizes excellent apprenticeship training that we don't have enough of, and creates pathways to middle-class careers for our young people, and expands the workforce and the economic opportunities for a lot of our young people, including residents re-entering the workforce. And for that reason, it's supported by both business and labor, including the Mechanical Contractors Association, 225 contractors that work locally and create lots of jobs in our region, and aligns not just with our racial equity and social justice belief, as well as our climate goals, but aligns with the new Build to Learn Act in Annapolis. So it sets us up to get more funds from Annapolis for building our schools, which we all want to see more funds coming in for those as well. So again, thanks to everyone. It's been a really team effort getting this to the finish line here. Really grateful to everybody who contributed to that. And back to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Co-lead sponsor, Councilmember Jawando, please, for some context and background.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to thank Councilmember Hucker for working on this together, and all our colleagues for the support of this. It's a great, just to underscore a couple of those points that were just made, we all believe fundamentally that you should get a fair wage and a life-supporting, family-supporting wage for work, particularly in the case of skilled labor. And this bill has multiple benefits that will update our prevailing wage law. It's hard to believe that was 23 years ago when you said that it's been that long. And one of the things that hasn't happened, unfortunately, and it's a core issue for the country, it's leading to the inequitable pandemic we've had, and also recovery that we're still dealing with, is that wages have not risen with the cost of living. And if you look at that, where we are right now, even as the economy and the stock market have come back, Wages have remained stagnant, and particularly at a time right now where you have inflation as high as it is, where the cost of just daily goods and services are so high, and wages have not kept up. And so we in the government, our responsibility, and all employers, but particularly us, when we are involved in building public projects or amenities for our residents, we need to take the high wage, living wage, high road jobs, and create that workforce of tomorrow. And particularly now after we pass the infrastructure bill, and I think the state has laid the groundwork for us. Other jurisdictions are doing this. And so this is going to be a great day for workers, a great day for families. And hopefully, and I know we're going to improve upon this hopefully before we're done here and make it apply across the board. But that's what this is about. And I'm really excited to have worked on it I want to thank all the trade unions, all the advocates, and everyone who's involved in this, and Ms. McCartney Green as well for her work. I know she's going to have a beverage tonight when this passes. So we appreciate it, and thank you all for your work, as well as the OMB staff and everyone on the other side of the street. This is going to be a good day. Thank you.
I may have a beverage too. I also want to note our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Madalino, is here, as well as several representatives from the Executive Branch Cabinet. So thank you all for being here, available to answer questions that we may have based on this discussion. Ms. McCartney Green, I'm going to turn it over to you to walk us through the packet, just anything we may have missed. Of course, Chairman Navarro did an excellent job. And then we'll turn it back to Councilmember Jawando, who I know has a specific amendment that he would like to propose. So Ms. McCartney Green.
Thank you, Council President, and a good evening, Council members. I know it's late in the hour, but there are two major discussions specifically for this bill. I thank Councilmember Navarro for laying the foundation and reviewing the amendments that the GO Committee approved. And so, as mentioned, Councilmember Jawando has an amendment, and which I've called Amendment 3. For the purpose of this discussion, I'll call it as the pilot amendment. And so I have prepared a packet that that's gone into details exactly what the amendment proposes to do. Before I do that, I do want to set this stage and make sure that the acronym we're using, pilot, everyone's aware of, is payment in lieu of taxes. And so payment in lieu of taxes is authorized by the state. And so the state can authorize us for the county to be able to use it as a tool, as a mechanism to negotiate agreements for two different types of properties. We call WMATA properties, which is property leased from government agencies that would otherwise be subject to a tax levy, or for affordable housing. And so pilot is a tool, it's a structure to be able to provide a tax abatement for developers or for property owners to not pay or to be relieved from real estate property taxes. And so I wanted to remind the council previously, and specifically Bill 2920, where the council did take action regarding to offer pilots for commercial high-rise buildings. And so that was passed, and in that agreement, there's no prevailing wage requirement on those construction projects. And so Councilmember Jawando's bill, and I'm sure he'll expound upon it, is to, one, include a payment in lieu of taxes when it comes to construction finance contracts, and to also require that they meet a certain standard, at least 3 stories or above ground. And so during that discussion, during the GO Committee, there was a lot of discussion of what will be the impact of the pilot. And so that's broken down into looking at finance, because the Department of Finance approves pilots and they review them for budgetary concerns, legality, and whether or not it is feasible for the developer or for the property owner to be able to meet certain costs. And so many conversations with finance, OMB, and OCA and procurement discussing what that would be. And so just looking at that, the council did, the executive staff did provide some feedback, and council did provide that analysis as an attachment. But specifically when it comes to the WMATA projects, and finance is here to expound upon it, but did not see an immediate fiscal or financial implications of it, but did realize that, there may be reduced profits of such projects and reduce the amount of WMATA receives in lease payments that would not have an estimable impact at this time. And so that's concerning the WMATA projects. And then I also want to start talking about the affordable projects. And so council staff met with DHCA and had a fruitful discussion of how does pilots work, how do the agreements work with the prevailing wage being applied. And much of the discussion is not able to provide a financial impact of what that would be. And so because of that, needing more information, new details, usually these contracts or a procurement contract falls under the Office of Procurement. Pilot doesn't. Pilot falls under DHCA or with the Director of Finance. And so we're mixing both tools by providing prevailing wage over a pilot. And so without getting further in details into the weeds, the overall perspective was that implementation was an unknown extent when it came to affordable housing projects. And concerning actual monitoring or compliance and enforcement, that would be something that's separate that DHCA would have to do in finance. And so that would not fall under the traditional Office of Procurement with the other construction-related contracts. So I want to stop there. I know I provided a lot of information and just wanted to get any feedback from the council before continuing.
Well, thank you so much for that overview, Ms. McCartney-Green. With Mr. Madaleno here, he doesn't join us very often, and we do appreciate him here. Ms. McCartney-Green did a fantastic job, I think, giving an overview, but is there anything that you'd like to expand upon regarding what she talked about?
Not on that subject, because that's why we have the team from DHCA here to talk about the impact on affordable housing. So I didn't want to get into the details about that because the subject matter experts are here.
Great. So I'm actually going to turn to Councilmember Jawando next, since this is an amendment that he would like to introduce to provide some context and background. And then let's let the discussion ensue from there. So Councilmember Jawando.
Great. So I'm going to offer it now so that we can get it on the table. Is that what you're saying?
If you'd like to, or you can just generally talk about it, and then we've got folks here who are on the ground and can speak to the impact.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll say some comments generally. First, I appreciate Ms. McCartney-Green laying that out. And certainly we have DHCA and others here. But I think it's important at the outset to say that the goal of this bill is that we all are supporting is to provide living wage jobs in the construction of projects or resurfacing of roads or all the things that are covered when we are improving or building our community. And that should be a universal principle. We should not be forced in any way. And I completely reject, and I think we should reject the false choice of affordable housing versus paying a fair living wage. If we are putting ourselves into that box, we've missed the point here, I think, and have fallen short of what we're trying to do in this overall bill. And so there's no bigger proponent of any of those public goals, particularly affordable housing, than I. But you can't say we can only get affordable housing if you pay people less. It's just not. That's true. Cutting using the expression, spiting your nose to whatever the expression is. That's not what we want to do. So we don't want to do that on the backs of workers. So I think I appreciate the multiple fiscal statements. The other thing is that it's not, though fiscal statements, you never exactly know what things are going to cost in the real world. I think the updated statements do a good job of saying that it's going to not be as expensive generally to do this bill, or particularly in the context of the housing component. There are benefits to using skilled labor, which some of our trade unions, LIUNA and others, have sent to us that make the supposed increase in cost not as significant. And again, there are benefits, changes, not relying on social services. There are other benefits to the bottom line, the overall budget, when you do the right thing and pay people a fair wage. And I think the state estimated 2 to 5% increases again, but you get decreases in other areas. Anne Arundel and Baltimore have done similar language. And I think that, again, we shouldn't be pitting wages against any other social good like affordable housing. So I would, like to move that we include the language that's in the packet to have the prevailing wage apply to pilots. I think we made a mistake, in the other bill. And I think this is an opportunity to correct that mistake and make it applicable to other types of projects going forward. So I'd like to make that motion now, Mr. President.
Sure. Is there a second?
Second, and the expression is cutting off your nose despite your face. That's
I knew you would know it. Thank you, Sidney. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I do second.
Okay. Councilmember Hucker would like to speak to this.
Well, just to echo, I think the sponsor explained this very well. I mean, there's no question. We need affordable housing. We need housing, but we need the good jobs that come with it as well. And none of us, I'm pretty sure would argue, we should get 2% more units or 5% more units by exempting affordable housing from minimum wage standards or from quality housing code standards. We could build a lot of affordable housing if we had no wage standards at all and no housing standards. That's the sort of extension of that argument. I don't think it's a good argument. We need the housing. We need safe housing, and we need it built by people who are really getting a job that they can feed their families. And that's what this bill is all about. So that's why I think it's consistent with the values of the bill, and I think we should add that amendment.
Thank you. I will turn to staff now, because just to better understand how this works and how would this impact potential housing projects. We did get a letter in the packets from, it may not be in the packet, but we did get a letter recently from some of the community-based organizations we partner with to develop important housing in our community, expressing concern about this particular amendment. So, Mr. Nagam, I'd like to ask you now to speak to this and provide some context for colleagues. We have 3 that now are in favor of this particular amendment.
Good afternoon, everyone. CM Nigam, Director DHCA, and thank you for having us during this session. First of all, the intent of the bill is very good. I mean, we need to pay prevailing wages to our workers. If you look at the median rent in the county, $750 or $1,800. So how does someone pay that kind of rent if the person doesn't get paid prevailing wage? Now, that said, DHCA does not monitor prevailing wage rates, so we have no data points. We do, administer Davis-Bacon wage rates on our federal, grants as such. Now, all I can say is, based on our anecdotal information, there is a premium and that's for administrative purposes, if someone needs to comply with Davis-Bacon wages as such. That being said, we do not know that in the tight labor market that we are in, whether or not the contracts are already paying prevailing wage. That may well be the case. And as was mentioned earlier, state is saying there may be an estimate increase of 2 to 5% of the construction cost. Now, when you look at the overall project cost, prevailing wage rate only is one factor. There could be other factors as well, which may increase the cost of the project. There could be supply chain issues that we have been going through for the last 2 years as such, or there could be any other factor. And DHCA tries to work with its partners on any other factor where the cost may have increased. Now, if we pay the prevailing wage, that empowers, our residents to get a better job and pay the rent that they're going to pay, or a mortgage for that matter. It doesn't really matter how they're going to use that prevailing wage. So, but at the same time, we do not know what kind of an impact it will have on affordable housing projects, because DHCA does not monitor prevailing wage rate. And we don't have a stick that we can compare prevailing wage rate against, Davis-Bacon wage rate as such. So all we have is anecdotal information at this point. So that's all we have to say at this point. Thank you.
So just to be clear, what you're saying is you don't know whether this amendment will have an impact or not.
Yes, we do not know because we do not monitor prevailing wage rate. It is very likely that the contracts are already paying prevailing wage rate in the tight labor market. That may be true, but we do not know definitively that's the case. So ultimately, what impact it may have on affordable housing projects, that part we do not know. But at the same time, prevailing wage rate is one factor in any construction project. As such, there could be other factors which may increase the cost of the overall project per se.
So, Mr. Nagam, then do you share the concerns of Montgomery Housing Partnership and some of the other groups that have sent letters? Just in your professional opinion, do they have reason to be concerned if this amendment passes that it will impact future projects?
It is likely that it may have an impact, but like we said earlier, we do not have a measuring stick that we can really say definitively how much impact it will have on affordable housing. And then, like we mentioned earlier, there could be any number of projects which may increase the cost of that overall project as such, besides prevailing wage rate. Prevailing wage rate may be one aspect of it, but we do not know definitively how much impact, if any, it will have on affordable housing projects.
Just a point of information to the amendment sponsor. Councilmember Jawando, did you speak to Montgomery Housing Partnership or any of the other groups that signed on to that letter expressing concern?
We've spoken to them in the past when this is not a new issue. As I said, we dealt with it in other contexts. So yes, not since they sent that letter in the last 48 hours or whatever it was, but I have spoken to them in general before. And I'll say in response, because this is going to say why I rose my hand, if there needs to be, I'm all for every year put more money in the HIF. If there's more money we need to do to make the deal work, that's what we need to do. And DHC should have the authority, and but we should not be in this position of trading wages for housing. And that's what I think is the untenable false choice. And so I'm happy to work with them. And they say in their letter too, we'd have to have it filled in other ways. And unfortunately, I think we forced ourselves and we forced them. They're almost abused to the point of they're in a lack mindset that they think that they just can't get out of. And if the cost goes up at all, they can't fulfill their mission. And I, as a council member, won't let that happen. I think there's others here that would agree with that. But I just don't think we should be trading wages for housing. So yes, in the past I've spoken to them, but I've said that before, and I'll say it again.
Councilmember Hucker wanted to get in.
Well, I again totally agree with what Councilmember Jawando said very well. The only word I think that is worth adding is just eligibility. I mean, I could see if you need a pilot, there's a gap, and you're going to qualify. But I don't know why we can't change the eligibility to make sure if we're expecting more higher wages out of our affordable housing developers, we can't allow them to qualify for additional pilot funds. And I agree with Councilmember Jawando and all of us. This council received an award last year for all the money we put into affordable housing. So I don't think that's going to change. I wouldn't want the advocates to be nervous that this is going to result in less affordable housing. It's going to result in, I think, better wages for the people who live in Montgomery County to take advantage of it. Thanks.
Council Vice President Glass wanted to get in. Well, actually, Mr. Medellino, did you have a point?
Well, I did, building upon what Councilmember Hucker just mentioned, in the differential between the pilots for affordable housing and then the pilot that's associated with the WMATA bill that passed last year. The pilots on affordable housing are a deal-by-deal negotiation. So he's right in that conversation about where pilots fit as part of the overall financing package of the building, then there is some flexibility to deal with that if there, potentially needs to be a higher level of pilot in order of the payment in lieu of taxes in order to make the financing of the project work. So in that regard, on that segment, which is a far more regular or common deal for us to work on affordable housing than the WMATA bill, which is a much smaller group of properties and developments that are subject to the WMATA bill, where there's no give on that because that is a 15-year no property tax deal. So that's why that is fundamentally different than the project by project negotiation we do with pilots on affordable housing projects. So I wanted to reiterate that point because, of course, the county executive supports this amendment and believes you should move forward with it. And as he supports strongly the overall bill, which I failed to say, I'm sorry, Council President Albornoz, when you called on me before to express again, the county executive's very strong support for this legislation with the GO committee amendments and for this amendment as well.
Thank you. Council Vice President Glass.
Well, I'm glad that Mr. Madaleno went before me because he shared some thoughts that I wanted to, and as typical, I think did it a little better than I would have. And there's a few different threads here. One, I have to keep coming back to the people we're talking about, right? We're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about housing in general, and we want to make Montgomery County a more affordable place to live. And one of the ways we make it an affordable place to live is clearly more housing, bringing down the cost of housing, building affordable housing, and making sure that people have a living wage here in the county. And last year, when we took up the WMATA bill, we did not include the prevailing wage, and that was a choice of this council. And I think if we want to take a balanced approach, we need to be balanced. And so I do think that we need to adopt this so that we can continue focusing it on the people who live here, who work here, and who we want to be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Glass. Councilmember Reamer.
All right. Well, yesterday I met with the Montgomery Housing Alliance, and I wish they were here right now. I don't know why we would pass legislation affecting them. And we've just had a big conversation about representing everyone in our deliberations, and they're not here. The Montgomery Housing Alliance has a lot riding on this, and they're facing massive increases right now in the cost of housing. The cost of construction has just gone through the roof in the pandemic, and they are very, very concerned. So Montgomery Housing Partnership, but they're not alone. All the groups there. And I think they're very clear that, this will just mean that they can build less housing. And I did want to correct the record. The county does not negotiate pilots now. Mr. Madaleno, we did pass that legislation creating a entitlement to a pilot based on certain affordability goals that are met, which doesn't prohibit the county from negotiating an additional pilot. But, as a general rule, a lot of our pilots will not be negotiated. So, in any event, I think if you wanted to talk about having something where an organization that wanted to do this would be allowed to request additional funding, that could be workable. I mean, there could be some approaches here, but I would say the affordable housing providers are saying that this will create a significant cost increase. Mr. Nigam outlined that, and Mr. Elrich supports it all the same, but we have heard significant cost increase concerns, and I just think it's tough. There's finite resources. Money doesn't grow on trees. Like, we've got to make choices at the end of the day, so it's not an easy one. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me just say this. I'm really concerned by the comments from Mr. Nagam, because it seems as though we don't have as much information as we'd like to. And while it sounds good to say, well, we'll just put more money in the HIF, at the same time, we're facing huge construction cost shortages when it comes to our schools. So we don't have an infinite source of money to be able to devote to all of these things that are important to us. And, it's going to be important that we really look at what our expenditures are, what our debt ratios are. And, so I agree that we shouldn't be pitting one thing against another, but we do have to talk about affordability and what we can actually do in capacity. So I think that there needs to be a better analysis from DHHS to give us, from housing to really give us a better understanding of, what some of those implications may be. I am concerned that I hear from Montgomery Housing Partnership that there's concern. I'd like to allay those concerns to just move things forward. I think that the proposal that Councilmember Reamer just discussed as a possibility of us giving some increased resources is something that certainly needs to be considered. But at the same time, I also want to look at that in the context of all the other things that we also have to do as well. So while that's certainly noble and could be another bill and another structure in terms of another avenue or option, I just want to make sure that we're considering all of this in the greater context of every good thing that we're trying to do here. So that's just my thoughts.
Thanks. I mean, I am, we're playing with fire here a little bit. And, we do have tremendous housing needs across the board. There are projects that are in the queue right now. So I do obviously in principle agree with the amendment, but I'm concerned, Councilmember Jawando, that you have not had conversations recently with the organizations who would be the most directly impacted by this amendment. And that gives me some pause. We did get this letter just in the last 48 hours, which I wish had come earlier. And had it come earlier, I think we would have been in a better position to invite our housing partners to this discussion. We're not getting a lot of direction here from the Department of Housing, unfortunately. And I wish we were getting better direction, frankly. But we are not. And so we are making an assumption that this will hopefully not have an impact, or that will just make up the difference in some other way, and just increase the HIF. We just recently passed legislation that would put funding in the Green Bank. We are enacting a lot of other pieces of legislation to uplift our communities that have really been struggling. And I'm concerned that we are going to create more problems than we are trying to solve. At least I don't have enough information right now to say with 100% degree certainty that this isn't going to impact affordable housing projects moving forward, which we know are going to be critical, particularly whether it's workforce housing or senior housing. And these projects have been a lifeline for so many families in our community. So I am anxious about this. I have very mixed feelings about it. I'll be very candid and upfront, because we'd be solving one issue, which of course we universally agree on, but without a definitive plan or more information, I worry that we are going to be cutting our nose off to spite our face by not having more affordable housing options, which are obviously really important. So I'm torn, is the bottom line. But Councilmember Navarro had her hand up, and then Councilmember Jawando. Councilmember Jawando, did you want to speak to this point specifically, or?
I did, since you brought up, yeah, if I could, please.
I'm sorry. This is my fault.
But go ahead, whatever order you had. I don't know.
Councilmember Navarro is in the queue first, and then Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. Right, I want to speak to this point because this is exactly the deliberation that we had in our GO committee session. We were able to dispose of the elements that were originally in the bill, and then when this particular one was difficult because of that, because we felt that we did not ask. We felt that we did not have the details, the information necessary to make an informed decision. After we spent so much time trying to push the envelope on affordable housing, which is not going to get built unless we make it so that it, makes sense, obviously financially. So we do that, but then all of a sudden, here we are considering this bill, and then there is an additional amendment that has a lot of merit, but the committee did not have that information, which is precisely why we said, well, we should just bring it to the full council, and then, we believe that a lot more analysis needs to take place, And perhaps this should not be something that we should consider at this time in the scope of this bill. But, here we are again, and I feel the same way. I feel like the way I felt during the committee session, which was, again, it was, feeling torn because obviously, yes, you do want to make sure that this goes forward. But, we had conversations about what would happen to Viva White Oak, what would happen to, a lot of these projects that we have, that we've all talked about that are so critical that we have not seen a lot of progress, but then we want to do whatever we can. And we didn't get a lot of answers. And again, here today, we're back to square one, all over again. So my concern is that as the council member, I don't feel like I can make an informed decision on this particular amendment. And I think it's unfortunate because, again, it's a very good bill. And, the rest of the elements in there, I think, are really important and appropriate. But I do wonder why we need to rush to make a decision on this particular amendment if we still don't have the information, just like we didn't have it during the committee deliberation. So I do associate myself with Councilmember Rice. I mean, he literally articulated exactly what we talked about during the committee session, and now we're kind of like in the same spot. So I wanted to share that because I don't think a lot has changed since that particular committee session.
Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. There's a lot here. We do have new information. We've delayed this multiple times. We've gotten information back that it could be 2 to 5%. It's impossible to know because we're not doing it yet. Just like it was impossible to know how much property tax we were foregoing when the council passed the WMATA bill, and people took issue whether it was hundreds of millions. It was impossible to know, but we took the risk. The body took the risk because of the benefit or the perceived benefit of additional housing. So, but here we are in this situation where we know the benefit. It's well documented. The Center for American Progress, many well-researched papers on the benefits of prevailing wage, that they do not increase costs dramatically. Mr. Nagam was saying this point, but I want to emphasize it, that there's a whole project. Labor costs are a piece of it. There's a lot of ways to balance the checkbook. And this is, again, coming down to this debate of whatever that balancing is, it has to be on the backs of the workers. And we're saying we want housing, but if you pay them the fair prevailing wage, it's going to cost the project more and we will get less housing. That is a false choice. We did not know the impact of the WMATA bill, but we did it because we were saying we need more housing. I agree. I didn't agree with all the way we did that, but that was what happened. We can't say now we're not sure exactly what this is going to cost, so we don't want to do it in this context. The answer is we have to find a way to build the housing and support our nonprofits who are doing it, and set a high standard for wages. Mr. Nagam also said many of them might be paying this standard already because of the labor market, and it's a workers' market. Again, we're not going to know, we never have perfect information, and because we're not doing it, you're not going to be able to get perfect information. But Liuna and others have sent the reams of studies that have shown that prevailing wage do not overly inflate costs. You get a better work product. It's better for localities. It's better for workers. That information is what you make this decision based on. That we are saying from a principle, if you're getting a government benefit and you're building in our county or resurfacing a road, we're going to pay you a fair wage so that you can support your family on no matter what it is. And that is a principle that we should stand by. And so I just think this, again, I just really am concerned that we're falling into this false choice of one or the other. It's not one or the other. And we have to do what we do, all that we can to make sure that that's not the case. So I just want to make that point, Mr. President.
All right. Just again, I've been completely torn, and I'm concerned about both sides of the issue. I do wish Montgomery Housing Partnership was here in order to be able to directly answer questions. But I do think that in the spirit of the bill as a whole, it's consistent with that spirit. And this does mean we're going to have to come back to this and figure out how to address that gap should there be one, and once it's confirmed that there is one, and how we fill. So Councilmember Reamer wanted to speak, and then let's vote on this amendment.
Councilmember Friedson had his hand up.
Councilmember Friedson had his hands up, and I'll follow him.
Councilmember Friedson, followed by Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems, I think I counted to 5 there, Council President, with your support of this, if that's where this is going. I do think we don't have much more information than we had in the committee, and that's disappointing. And I'm a little bit confused because we have the Chief Administrative Officer expressing the county executive support, but we have the director saying, we think there'll be an impact. We have no idea what that impact would be. And there's a lot of conflicting messages here coming from the executive branch. So we have multiple representatives of an executive branch that seems to be providing conflicting information for my understanding. And we don't have some of the key stakeholders who would be impacted. We asked in that committee session specifically for details on what impact this would have, both on specific public-private partnerships that have already been agreed upon, like White Oak and others, as was noted, and ones that have been discussed but haven't been necessarily ratified. What impacts this would have on particular affordable housing projects. We have none of that information. We got an updated fiscal impact statement, as last minute as we got this concern raised from Montgomery Housing partnerships. I'm glad we have an updated fiscal impact statement. I wish we had one for the actual committee session. We had to hold up this conversation today because of a lack of a fiscal impact statement. But I am concerned. I would be much more comfortable if we passed what is an extraordinary bill, would put us at the vanguard in the state of many of these issues, has been advocated by many of the trades for years and years and years, and would take us a monstrous step forward, and then have a working group to flesh out these issues with LAUNA, with other impacted building trades, with the affordable housing providers who are not even present in this conversation to express their concerns, with the executive branch staff, assuming that maybe they have different opinions within the executive branch, and that could be fleshed out as part of a working group as well. But I'm concerned about us moving forward with something where we have the director of the implementing department saying this will have an impact. We don't know what that impact will be. We don't have that information. That to me is concerning. I 100% understand why this is being proposed. I appreciate that, and I think that we ought to have the conversation that this requires to really flesh out some of these dynamics. And I have also read and have seen and have discussed many of the reports that Councilmember Jawando referenced that LAUNA and others have sent, which make this case. And I think that we need to flesh that out in a significant way to alleviate some of these concerns, address them. And then I also think that we need to have a serious conversation about what cost we think this is, whether it's 2 to 5% or something different. And then we need to confirm that the county executive is going to put it in this budget. And if we don't know the dollar amount, I'm not sure how we can confirm whether or not the proposed budget is going to include it. But there are a lot of unanswered questions still. It has a lot of merit. It requires conversation, but I think there are still more questions that haven't been answered. And I think that we would do the policy making a service if we pass what is a really good, strong, progressive bill to move us forward. And then we kept these issues that still have a number of unanswered questions, and we fleshed them out and included all stakeholders in that. We just had a conversation earlier today about including stakeholders in conversations and the impacts when you don't include all stakeholders in conversation. And I think that it's important that we do it here. So appreciate the reason why this is put forward, appreciate this conversation. But I personally believe that having this taken up, fleshed out, and proposed as a standalone bill as significant as it is, would be a much better path to legislating.
Councilmember Reamer.
Well, I just want to point out that the county council voted previously not to require pilot agreements for development on WMATA property to be covered. And this legislation would reverse that. You know, we haven't really been focusing on that, but that's the impact. So I'm unclear what has changed. You know, we went through a very extensive deliberation about relative, you know, public benefits. And it was not an easy decision, but this would reverse that. And it would apply it to nonprofit affordable housing providers also. And so again, you know, I do want to correct the record on this one. The FIS said that this would not have any impact on the county's expenditures under a pilot. It does not mean that it would not have any impact on the project using the pilot. A huge impact on the project using the pilot. It's just the county's not going to pay anymore. And so basically it significantly impacts what we are providing. And, you know, I just don't know how you take that whole issue on without even discussing it. I mean, have we talked to HOC, which is actively working to bid on WMATA property right now? You know, they want to take advantage of that law that we created. You know, how would this affect their potential ability to build affordable housing on Metro? It's just big questions.
Mr. Madaleno, you wanted to say something?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I did want to say the fiscal impact statement was drafted to the original bill and then the amendments by the GO committee. So what we were trying to do, and we have a fair amount of information about when we are the entity doing the contract, we have those bids, we have an understanding. When you're talking about affordable housing projects, and this is what the finance letter tried to answer the questions that the committee asked of the finance department to look at those issues. It's important to note, we're not the developer. We're not the ones soliciting the bids, reviewing the bids. We're a financer when it comes to these projects. So I just want to,
I wasn't criticizing your statement.
Oh, no, I'm not. Mr. Reamer, I'm not responding to that. I'm just trying to use the Dr. Gale's expression, level set expectations of what we can deliver on information when we are not the contracting entity, but we're helping to finance the project with lots of other players at the table. So that's why I'm trying to just let you all know, the public know, the sort of the two different roles and why it's harder for DHCA to answer some of the questions that we can answer with a higher degree of certainty for our construction projects when you're talking about what Mr. Hucker has introduced and is in the GO committee amendments that are focused on the county as the contractor doing construction projects, where we're both the contracting entity and the person paying. So that's why this is a slightly more complicated question. And I'm sorry, we are unable to provide that level of detail you want, even though the county executive believes philosophically, as many of you have talked about, the moral imperative of making sure there's housing for people to live in this community and not sacrificing people's salaries.
If I could just say, I was not really responding to your comment. Council staff implied that there was no impact on the WMATA pilot. Well, I just got a contact about a half an hour ago from someone representing the WMATA, a company trying to do that. They did not even know that the council was taking this up. You're talking about billion-dollar investments, ultimately, that we are legislating on without the private company taking all of that risk, even aware. And we can't do it this way. It's just not the way to do business, And the fact is, yeah, of course, it wouldn't affect how much the county is foregoing under the pilot either way. That's not the point. The point is, what is the impact on the cost of construction? And DHCA doesn't have to answer that question. The people who actually do the construction can answer that question. And they've told us, they said it's going to increase their cost. That's what the affordable housing provider said. That's what the private developers have said. And, you know, none of them are here. The stakeholders are not here for this conversation. So I think that is significantly problematic.
All right, the hour is getting late. We have 3 more bills that we have to vote on, and there's universal agreement regarding this bill generally, but obviously this amendment is significant, and we are flying a little bit blind here without some additional information. And I know that there has been some additional information added, but I think there are a number of important projects that we risk in a pretty significant way. So that's what is giving me a lot of pause here. But Councilmember Joando, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Leno said something I want to emphasize. When we finance a project, that's what we're talking about here. When we put skin in the game, when we say you don't have to pay taxes, when we put something in it, when taxpayers do that, this would be saying you have to pay a living wage, regardless of what it costs. I don't care what it costs, but we know that it doesn't cost as much as people are going to say. It doesn't matter. How can you say, I don't understand, we'll give you more money if you pay a living wage, which is what's suggested by Mr. Reamer. That is absolutely ridiculous. If you pay a living wage, we'll give you even more money. That's
a living wage. It's prevailing wage.
Excuse me, prevailing wage. Fine. Exactly. If you pay a prevailing wage that is life-sustaining, that you can rent what you're going to build, then we'll give you more money. We can't do that. We have to do whatever's required to pay a prevailing wage. And it's being overblown. You're always going to hear that it's going to cost more. Again, studies have shown that it doesn't. But even if it did, it would still be worth it. And we will figure it out because that's who we are. So again, this is a false choice, and I hope we can keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, we have an amendment on the table, and that has been seconded. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand. All right, all those opposed? All right, the amendment passes 5-4. We now have a bill for final reading. Roll call for final reading.
We need to have now a long discussion on transition clauses in the packet, and this was part of what was discussed in the committee session. We were supposed to have detailed information, which is what I had mentioned earlier, about all the different projects that would be impacted to make sure that we are addressing projects like White Oak, projects like Wall Park that we've committed funding to, projects like the Farm Women's Market, which the county executive has discussed extensively, and what impacts those would be. Questions on the WMATA pilot, which this council recently made a decision on, and we have to determine, whether or not, WMATA, for instance, properties would be grandfathered into this, or whether existing projects would be done. I mean, that is a long conversation. I'm not sure if we're prepared to have it right now, but I do not think we should be voting on this bill until we clarify that information. So I will move that we initiate a transition clause. I don't even know what the language would be if staff has that language.
They're in the packet.
I understand that, but can we have the council staff go through and explain? We do not have the information from the executive branch of each and every one of the projects, as we asked at the committee, and what impact this would have. But if council staff could explain the transition clause that's being proposed, and if we could hear from the executive branch on whether or not that's exhaustive, and we still have not heard from them, at least as far as I can tell, on that?
Sure, Councilmember Friedson, I want to turn your attention to the packet. So inserting on line 140, the transition clause reads as any prior county finance construction contract that includes payment in lieu of taxes entered into by the county before the effective date of this legislation will still be in full force and effect, and implementation of this act would not sever or alter contractual terms or obligations by either party. And so that was a catch-all for any existing pipeline projects that may be in occurrence, whether it's affordable housing or any other WMATA projects that might be in the pipeline. And so, addition with that, there is a technical amendment to remove public-private partnerships from this bill language, and just wanted to make sure that this is just referring, the transition clause is only referring to payment in lieu of taxes, and does not include the private partnerships like White Oak or other ones that were mentioned earlier today.
Okay, Councilmember Reamer is requested to speak.
I'd like to move to table this legislation so we can work out some of these issues and then come back.
That is moved and seconded by Councilmember Navarro. Discussion?
I think they're not debatable.
There's no
Not debatable. Just vote.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling this discussion to be able to get more information as requested by the GO committee, please raise your hands.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. President, that is not to receive the information that the GO committee requested, is to receive information. We have other amendments, but also given that, you know, now pilots are included, there's just a whole slew of issues that need to be fleshed out. And so that's what I think we are now more than ever need more time to do. So if it can just be rephrased, it's just given this amendment, now there's like a whole bunch of things that have to be sorted out because it's going to have an impact on so many projects.
Okay, passed.
Okay, so this is now tabled. We will bring it back up again as quickly as possible. We are now going to move on to item number 3721, which is bill regarding animal control services advisory committee. This one will not take as long. And Councilmember Katz, as our public safety chair, please go ahead and discuss it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It will not take as long. This is Bill 3721. It's the Animal Control, Animal Services Advisory Committee established. You, when you were Council Vice President, were the lead sponsor, and co-sponsors were present at that time, Hucker and Council members Katz, Navarro, Jawando, Glass, Rice, and Reamer. The decision points for the committee's recommendation was to amend the bill to specify representatives from McPaul, Second Chance Wildlife Center, and the Montgomery County Cat Coalition should be appointed as long as those organizations continue to operate in the county. Also, there is a mistake in the packet. It says that it was the Government Operations and Fiscal Policies Committee had a unanimous vote. It was the Public Safety Committee that had a unanimous vote. And I thank you, President Albornoz, and Councilmember Hawker, for your involvement as well. And the committee recommendation was unanimous that we pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say quickly that I mentioned this publicly the other day, but in December, my family and I adopted a rescue dog that has just so significantly contributed to our quality of life in so many different ways. I want to thank McPaw. I want to thank Joy Nurmi on my staff in particular, who has been very engaged in this discussion and very, very, very supportive. I also want to thank the Montgomery Partners for Animal Welfare for their input as well. I believe this bill will do a lot to help make sure that we take care of our animals here in Montgomery County, which of course, as we know, are an extension of our families. So We've got a recommendation from the Public Safety Committee, and there is no other discussion. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Mr. Friedson.
Yeah.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro.
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Mr. Hucker.
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes.
All right, let the record show that that passes unanimously. We now move on to Bill 4221, Child Care, Elderly Care, and Education Coordinating Entity established. Early Childhood and Education and HHS Committee recommends enactment with amendments. Mr. Drummer staffed this one. I'll turn it over to my colleague and friend, Councilmember Rice, the chair of the Education and Culture Committee, who facilitated this discussion for us, and then I will chime in.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And so let me just say that I really appreciate your partnership as well as Chair Navarro's partnership in really crafting a bill that I think is going to set us up for success as we come out of this pandemic. Early care and education has always been important, but certainly now, even more so than anything else, we've got to have a robust system if we're going to get people back to work. And we've got to have partnership from our private entities that are in the community. And that is what this bill basically does. It brings some of the best and brightest together who care and are passionate about this issue to make sure that when we come up with recommendations for robust policy, as well as are able to leverage investments in early care and education, we have a group that's assigned to do just that. I really want to thank Montgomery Moving Forward, as well as a number of other entities in the community who really came together to highlight this and make sure that it was important for folks. And I really want to thank also our Department of Health and Human Services, who really had to rethink about the role that government plays, but also understand that in partnership with our private sector, we can make our system an even better one for all of our kids and their families. And so with that, I turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to correct that the title, it is Child Care, Early Care, and Education Coordinating Entity, because I thought I heard you say elder care. Maybe one day we'll get there too. But this is a really important moment for this county. This really, truly is following the example of a lot of other jurisdictions who have arrived at this point. And I think for us, it means that we have almost checked all the boxes. And by that, I mean that, as we have all embraced the early care and education initiative with specific metrics, with money to back that up, there's been just so much progress, even through the pandemic, to achieve those goals. It was a priority of mine, of course, in 2019 as my council presidency was taking shape. But truly, it has just been my epicenter for all of my life in public service and also in my professional career. It is clear that those first 5 years are so critical and so important, but it's also clear that not everybody has access to affordable, quality, geographically accessible childcare. And so we have to do everything possible. The other piece of this is the importance of private sector buy-in. And wow, Montgomery Moving Forward really took that on. Not an easy thing to do, because we've seen around the country how this is always the most difficult part. But it's so important to have the private sector involved. It's so important to also have our philanthropy partners involved, because government can't do everything. And this will help us not only, the ability to leverage private funding, but also to think of innovative ways, especially as we work around issues of equity and looking at what our county is. It will allow us to also pursue some extraordinary best practices, innovative initiatives as well. So it is the bow, I think, the little bow on top of the present as far as I'm concerned. And I hope that as we look at possible funding that will come from the federal government, from the state, as we look at the blueprint as well, I hope that the ultimate outcome is that there will be a dedicated funding stream at some point, so that now the Montgomery County is positioned, now that it has all of those pieces in place, that there would be a dedicated funding stream so that we can truly scale up this very important policy goal of ours, which is, again, access to quality, geographically accessible, affordable childcare for all. So I want to thank Council Member Rice, because he's been championing this issue alongside myself and other council members for a long time. President Albornoz also is chair of HHS, but really all the partners, Vivian Yao, and particular shout out to Berta Sosimo in my office, because she's been working with me for a very long time, and Councilmember Reamer, who also did work in partnership to put in place some pieces, and now we're seeing it all come together in this moment in time. Thank you. It's an awesome moment, and I get to check that box off of my policy agenda, which feels great.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Navarro. Among the many things you've done on this body, this is, I think, a great bookend that just, you've been such a champion on this issue and such a leader in so many different ways. And it's been such an honor to work with you, as well as Councilmember Rice. I want to thank our three staffs, and especially Beth Schuman in my office, who did a lot of heavy lifting here. And I also want to thank Montgomery Moving Forward and the executive branch, who have been tremendous partners. Now, implementation is going to be very important. And so we will be tracking closely to make sure that this body is stood up as quickly as possible, so that they can go about doing their really critical work. But this is a great day for Montgomery County. This is much about economic development as it is everything else. So with that, I don't see any other colleagues that would like to speak. And so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Friedson.
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro.
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Absolutely yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Mr. Hucker.
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes.
Great. Then let the record show that passed unanimously as well. We now move on to the last item, which is Expedited Bill 4521, Elections, Public Campaign Financing Restrictions. Our Government Operations Committee recommended enactment with amendments. I turn it over to Chair Navarro to talk about the committee's deliberations.
Thank you. So Expedited Bill 45-21, Elections, Public Campaign Financing Restrictions. It is sponsored by lead sponsors, Council Members Glass, Katz, and Reamer, and then Council Vice President Albornoz, and co-sponsors are Council Members Navarro, Rice, and then Council President Hucker. It was introduced on November 16, 2021. We did have a public hearing on December 7th, and the GO Committee reviewed the bill on February 3rd, 2022, and voted 3-0 to recommend the enactment of the bill with amendments. So the bill would amend the county's public campaign finance law to permit certain limited in-kind donations equivalent to $10,000 or less from state or county central committees to publicly finance candidates. The purpose of the bill is to permit the central committees to display or distribute the literature of public finance candidates under certain conditions. Currently, the central committees are precluded from displaying or distributing literature for public finance candidates, but they can and do display literature for traditionally financed candidates. The current law, a publicly financed candidate must not accept a private contribution from any group or organization, including a political action committee, a corporation, a labor organization, or a state or local central committee of a political party. This bill would carve out a limited exception to this prohibition for an in-kind contribution equal to or less than $10,000 from a state or a Montgomery County Central Committee of a political party. And so now, as I said earlier, the Central Committee would be permitted to display or distribute a publicly financed candidate's literature or otherwise made a limited in-kind contribution to a publicly financed candidate as long as the contribution does not exceed $10,000 in value. It also does prevent publicly financed candidates from fundraising for central committees. And so as we all know, the state law generally authorizes the county to create a public campaign finance system, which we did, and to set eligibilities and parameters of the program within certain limitations. This bill will be consistent with the limitations set forth in that state law. I also would like to note that on December 16th, 2021, the Maryland State Board of Elections approved proposed regulations regarding the same subject matter as expedited Bill 45-21. Subsequently, the proposed regulations are similar to expedited Bill 45-21. Like the bill, the proposed regulations would permit in-kind contributions from center committees to publicly finance local candidates up to $10,000 per election. At the GO committee session, we reviewed the pending state regulations and we recommended an amendment to Bill 45-21 to align it with the state regulations. And that amendment will make sure the bill adheres to the spirit of public campaign financing by requiring any funds that a center committee uses towards an in-kind donation to a publicly financed candidate that it must be derived from an individual donation of $250 or less. I do want to thank Mr. Demarinis for working collaboratively with the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee during our work session. And again, I want to thank the sponsors of the bill for working hard on the vision of equity and campaigning and making sure that we take out dark money out of politics, which is the overarching goal of public campaign financing. And I want to thank my colleagues because I know that all of you have been real supporters of public campaign financing law, making sure that the funds are there, making sure that it is implemented and also amended when it's necessary as well. So with that, I don't think that there's anything else. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. President. And also I want to thank Ms. Wellens for staffing the committee on this particular tweak. And I look forward to us adopting this.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Councilmember Glass would like to speak, and then Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair and the GO committee and Ms. Wellens as well. Madam Chair, we agree in that this tweak, as it really is necessary. And this is just a leveling of the playing field for candidates who are in public financing by allowing the central committees of any party to acknowledge candidates of their own party who are in public financing. And right now there is essentially a gag order on candidates who are participating in public financing, which was clearly not the intention of the law. And as was also discussed during the GO committee, there were other amendments and ideas to further level the playing field, but as was identified, those changes need to be made at the state level. And so that is something for future council and the future General Assembly to take up next year. But I'm glad we've gotten to this point and appreciate the GO committee for getting us there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Council Vice President Glass. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you so much. Great discussion at the committee, and I can't talk about the issue without just expressing how grateful I am to serve in office in Montgomery County. To be able to run as a public finance candidate is such a privilege, and I don't take it for granted. I think it is an amazing system, and I am truly appreciative that we have it. We did hear in written testimony from Jared Demarinis about a loophole in the council's law and his concern about the ability that candidates could have to game the system. And we're just hoping that the executive will work with Mr. Demarinis on regulations that have been due for a long time, actually, to address concerns about that issue, and just ensure that we have a system that is giving people a chance to run for office without taking big corporate donations. And we wouldn't want to undermine public confidence in the system by allowing a loophole to be used in that manner. So we're looking forward to receiving those regulations and hoping we'll soon. Thank you.
Mr. President, before I turn it back to you, or I don't know if there was something else that I forgot to thank Mr. Crow. I was looking at my notes, but I really want to thank him because both him and Mr. Demarinis, especially as we were doing the inaugural program, really stepped up with very little resources and did an extraordinary job. So I just want to thank Mr. Crow publicly for his continued support so that we can make this program the best it can be.
Absolutely. All right. So with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Friedson.
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro.
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Katz.
Oh, Mr. Katz had to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Hucker.
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes.
Let the record show that passed unanimously. And then Councilmember Rice had a point that he wanted to make.
Just very quickly for the ECEI entity, I've asked that we send a joint letter of the lead sponsors to the county executive asking that he fill this board as quickly as possible with recommendations. This is urgent for us in terms of us moving forward. And so certainly from that respect, we know that there have always been some challenges when it comes to filling board positions. So my colleagues will be sending that out. So just wanted to make sure that folks know.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. All right, that's it, colleagues. End of a pretty long day. And we are now adjourned until our public hearing, which begins at 7:30 this evening. Thank you.
Redone. And on any given month, you're like, maybe do 1 or 2, and I've got 4 right now.
Yeah.
But, it worked out.
Talking about the density of foam.
Yes, there's